Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
But this is our space.
You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, we should film it.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy had disease.
All right, we're gonna have to fix a few things. You know how it is. I literally just put pants on like seconds ago. Haven't even groomed my beard. Hold on. There we go. There was missing a white light. Hey, I'm glad you calling. Yeah, Rudy, if you need sleep, buddy, like don't feel pressured to fucking stay up and watch a stream. You know, like I never want anybody in my audience. I mean, like I'm not a big streamer or anything. You know what I mean? Like we all have shit to do in our lives here, right? Like I'm not a millionaire that just like, does this 10 days, does this 10 days a week magically. I'm not Hassan. Like I don't make enough money to do this all the fucking time. Like I have other things, other responsibilities. Like I had my kid today, like life happens, you can catch a stream late. I will say though, this specific stream gonna be hard to watch at a later date, just this stream, because it's the presidential debate and because CNN is saying that they're going to take down streams, it's not going to be like a big screen of me watching it or whatever. It's going to be very quiet in the background. You're barely going to be able to hear it. And I'm going to post like the Washington Post link, and be like, hey, you know, if you want to hear them better, here's what I'm live reacting to, so that the stream doesn't get taken down, because CNN basically stated that they're going to have employees trying to find people streaming it and like showing the video and stuff and then take them down. Make it a Rumble stream. Twitch poll people going to Rumble/Kick to live stream. Yeah, I mean, you can go to Rumble and watch somebody else. It's like I tried Rumble. I mean, and maybe as Rumble gets better, I'll go back to Rumble. Rumble just really sucks as a platform. Like, I want it to be good. It's like every time I'm on Rumble, there's still quiet mic. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my mic. Everyone tells me I have a quiet mic everywhere I go, and then I look at my mic. I'll cut the gain up a little bit, but then I like look at my mic settings, and everything is showing that it is putting out fine. Okay, my gain is too high, so I need to lower my volume, which will then make it quieter. I don't know. It's like Windows did something or something, because like it won't peek into the yellow on OBS, right? Like I'd have to scream to get it into the yellow. It gets right up to the yellow, but not quite up to the yellow. But then on my Steel series, it's always peaking in the red. Like the gain is too high. And I don't have a single filter on OBS. And I don't know how to fix that. Like I've looked everywhere. And it just doesn't. I don't know. Like the only thing I can do on my end is lower the audio quality to get more volume. Like compressor's not on, impact's not on, background noise reduction is on, but it's at like 0.12. I mean, if I cut that off, yeah, that doesn't seem to do anything. And if I cut my noise gate off, that doesn't do anything. Then it's just going to end up picking up me breathing. I have no idea how to fix that for you guys. I mean, I hear from multiple people like, hey, you're kind of quiet when I go on like panels and stuff. But if I do anything to fix that, it just makes the audio quality reduce. Which, like, it shouldn't be an issue, really, because, like, unless you guys are, like, watching on, like, a 2006 cell phone, like, you should just be able to cut the volume up. Because I can balance things on my end so that it's balanced just a little bit quieter than other streams. Like, you ought to be able to just cut the volume up and everything should be fine. But anyways, it's not that bad today for me, but I'm not phone and you don't have a guest at 3 times volume. Yeah, fair enough. I'll try to remember when I do panels and reactions and stuff to just cut their volume down, because I can cut it down on OBS. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Right? Like I can put everyone's volume at fucking 10% if I have to. But I want to start off saying something. We have some things to talk about, right? We got to talk about, yeah, like once my volume's at 100%, like there's not really much I can do. You know what I mean, guys? Like all I can do is cut up the gain, which will cut up my volume, but it'll crunch my audio, right? Oh yeah, no, they're definitely attacking streamers. I mean, here's what's going to happen, guys. I'm not going to have any video, and I'm going to have very quiet audio. So you could still watch this stream, but you're not going to get the full experience unless you have a second monitor or you're on the computer and you minimize or something. so that you could watch live with me and sync up and whatever. But I'm going to make it to where you can still hear the debate. It's just, it's going to be quiet. And that's the best I can do to try and give you guys like a somewhat decent viewing experience while also not getting the stream taken down. And even then, the stream still might get taken down. It just kind of is what it is. Yeah. I hear about the schools trying to put the 10 Commandments everywhere. Yes and no. I saw the memes. Oh, hell yeah, Wicked Wally. Hell yeah. Rudy, was that you? Oh yeah, I see, that was you. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, like also let me fix, actually the camera looks all right today. I could probably fix it a little bit. We will here. But I want to start off by saying something controversial before we get serious. Cause you know, it's gonna be a pretty serious night. I just want to say that and I know this is really going to piss some of you guys off. I think, at least as far as it goes as scans, right? I'm fixing the camera while we're doing this. As far as it goes for scans, I think Mon was better than manga. Please don't shoot me, right? Like, please don't get mad. I know that there are a lot of anime fans out there and manga fans, and like, I appreciate you. I understand you. I feel you, right? But most web comics and like manga scans on the internet, once like a big fight starts breaking out and stuff, they look like shit. Like, have you guys watched, I'll give you an example. Spoiler alert for anybody that isn't watching. I don't know how far the anime is, but it might not be there yet. So if you haven't read Black Clover, the manga, you've only ever watched it. There is a point in that show when do you record the stream on your PC so you can post it to a different platform? So I used to do that. I don't know. It's like, so if I do that, see, here's the problem. If I record this stream and I put it on like to put on Rumble later, right? It's going to take me 4 hours to like upload it to Rumble because I'm going to have to edit it first of all, right? And that's going to take an hour to process. So I'm going to have to, and then maybe an hour of editing. So it's an hour of editing, an hour of processing, and then 2 hours to upload, where my computer is like not doing much. A lot of people that you see that are famous, they hire editors for a reason. And it's not because the job of editing is that difficult. It's because editing just is like very time consuming and locks down your computer. And even then it's time consuming. That's why people hire editors. People don't hire editors. I mean, like, obviously there are editors like Asmongold's editors that are like really, really good at like finding jokes and finding random clips and stuff. What's up, Grid Motorsports? But the reason people hire editors is because editing takes up so much fucking time, right? The process of like putting a massive fucking live stream in, clipping out the 2 hours you want, putting in your intro video and like, clipping out a couple things, getting rid of curse words in the first couple minutes, right? Like all of that is like that. Like if you're not making like a YouTube video, you're just like clipping like a debate or something, like any monkey could do that. Like I can teach you how to do that job in a half hour. If you've never edited your entire life, I can basically teach you everything you need to upload someone's like debate, put in their intro video, mute the audio in the sections where they curse in the beginning so they don't get flagged by YouTube, put an outro at the end, and like balance audio. I'll probably teach you that in a half hour, and once you do it once or twice, you'll know what you're doing. But what it means is uploading the video takes a little bit of time. Like if you're downloading it from somewhere or something, right? It's like an hour. Then you edit it. That process takes like an hour. It's not that hard. Then it takes like a fucking an hour to process or 30 minutes to process, depending on how good your processor is. If you have a really good processor, it might take like a half hour. Then you have to upload it, and you have to do all these little bullshit tedious settings and stuff. And like Rumble makes you upload manually. They have an auto update thing from YouTube, but it doesn't work because YouTube is like basically trying to stop them from doing it. So it's just like, yeah, I could put it on other platforms, and it's like, to be honest, I probably should, but it's so much. It's a lot. It's just time consuming. So it's like doing a video or doing something on one platform, not that big a deal. And if you make a standalone YouTube video, it's a lot easier. Because once your standalone YouTube video is done, then all you're doing is just uploading it to a new site. That's it. That's the only, like, and you just copy all the same shit you had in YouTube and you just throw it up. So, I mean, that still takes like 45 minutes for it to process or whatever. But like, you can just like do that in like 20, 30 minutes and then like fuck off and watch some anime or like, some TV shows or something that doesn't take up all of your computer's resources, like playing a video game or something. It'll be uploaded. It'll be fine. But when you're talking about live streaming, if you see, like, all of these people have editors for that very reason. Like, Destiny doesn't do his own editing and shit. So it's like, I do understand you guys want stuff on multiple platforms and things. You want me to do it, but like, Mentis Wave, I have had 2 computers, and I tried doing that, and like, it was so much. It was so good. Also, for the record, that's part of it, and it's an excuse. I'll be like, because I want to always be transparent and honest. The other part of it is that I'm ADHD as fuck, and getting things uploaded like on just a schedule in general is like so much for me. It's fun. I have like 100 unfinished projects. Like, I have so many unfinished projects, and like, and I don't know, I start and don't finish. So it's like getting shit regularly uploaded to another platform is kind of like one of those things where I'm like, oh, I'll say something, and then it doesn't happen. Yeah, Mentis Wave shows up every now and then to say hi, guys. Mentis Wave's a great guy. There's 14 of you here now. I don't know. Some of you guys left. I thought we would peak up. Maybe you guys are waiting for the debate to happen. We were at 22. Yeah, I mean, it is very difficult to watch other people's content when you're a streamer, right? But at the same time, if you don't occasionally watch what other people are doing, so that you can remind yourself why you have 80,000 subscribers and they have 2K, right? And like see where they're fucking up, or vice versa. If you're in my position, watch those people to see what they're doing. You're messing up. Like, you're fucking up if you don't occasionally watch that. Yo, Mentis Wave, I loved your tweet today, or was it yesterday? I don't know. But he was showing people spurging out about his videos, and he was like, yeah, I make videos that are sometimes designed to piss off the midwit, pseudo-intellectual commie fucks, and I do it specifically to trigger you, and I've been doing it from day one, and I don't care. Hashtag stay mad, stay coping. I mean, like, obviously I'm paraphrasing. That's not exactly what he said, but I saw that and I was just like, yeah, Mentis Wave knows how to play the game. He knows how to trigger the right people for the algorithm. I wish I was better at that. I don't know. Yeah, I watch live stream. Like, I don't like, every now and then I watch like Liquid Zulu or something. I am always hoping every day. I'll tell you who I'm always. Yeah, Mentis Wave, if you want to reach out to me, like, I would be more than happy to talk to you. I mean, obviously, but I try. I'm bad at networking. I don't like beg people for things like I should. So yeah, Rudy, yeah, Mentis Wave, if you DM me, like, I'll 100%, I'll DM you, if you're down. But I'm terrible at networking too. Like, I'm so bad at putting myself out there and being like, I want to talk to you. I mean, I do sometimes, but yeah, I'm bad at it. I'm bad at it, Mentis Wave. I mean, at least you have the clout to where people come to you. Like, I need to be more aggressive about it. Yeah, well, see, Mentis Wave, I know. Look, I'm going to show you why Mentis Wave doesn't make any money, okay? Mentis Wave, I'm not talking shit on you, okay? I promise I'm not talking shit on you. That's not what I'm trying to do here, but I'm gonna show you guys how I know Mentis Wave doesn't make a bunch of money. Because I can guarantee you that Mentis Wave's shit looks just like mine. I have to go real quick, and I can't show you. But like, here you go, okay? I'm gonna show you why. Here you go. This is how I know Mentis Wave doesn't make money. So this is a live stream. Monetization is on. This was when the stream crashed and I kept it up for the memes, right? And it's 1 minute and 28 seconds. But other than these two, the one we're currently doing, here we go. Limited ad. This one's on magically. Ineligible for monetization. For copyright strike I'm dealing with. I've got multiple copyright strikes, and you can only, it's like keeps glitching out on me, but I'm fighting them. I'll get it into its limited state soon enough. Limited. This one's off because another stream crash thing. And I privated it, so it wasn't open. Limited. Here's one that's on. This one's on. The only one, the one with Toyola being crazy, right? Limited. This one's on. Limited. This one's on. This one's on. Limited. This one's off for reasons. This one's limited. This one's on. This one, right? That's how I know that he's not making that much money, right? It's because when you make political videos, especially ones that don't conform to the narrative, all of your shit is demonetized, basically. And it doesn't go into the algorithm. I mean, Mentis Wave, you do pretty good. And I'm sure you make some money, right? Like, I'm sure you make some money on your shit. But yeah, like, all of my shit is demonetized. Yeah, I feel you, Mentis Wave. I feel like if you get a little bit bigger, you get less like frivolous bullshit, or maybe more human review. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like the ones. So that's the thing too, Mentis Wave, is that like the left. This is a big thing that nobody talks about. Is that the victim mentality works with social media algorithms, right? And it works with social media algorithms for two reasons. The first and primary reason is negative engagement, right? Negative engagement of a victim mentality means that you post some crazy shit, and then the quartering or somebody has to be like, look at this woke retard, and then they post a video and it's like a woke retard saying some woke retard shit, and it's like, yep, right? But like, everyone wants to see the shit show, and so it gets all of this attention from outside. And the second reason that it works so fucking well is that the left, because of this victim mentality and because of their political sense, they feel a reason to attack other people in a way that conservatives don't, which is that they will report you. If they don't like what it is that you're saying, like if I find a video of a communist saying some dumb commie shit, and I go, let's talk about this dumb commie shit and explain basic economics, right? What will occur, which I'm going to do here in a minute. There's a video I want to show you guys. It's just absolutely hilarious from someone that doesn't understand econ. What they'll do is they'll find that, and the moment it gets popular and it goes out of like your people and goes into the general like people who watch politics, right? Because if it doesn't do well in the algorithm, it kind of sticks to your audience and people who are constantly searching for things with your tags and your type of content. So like as an ANCAP, it'll just go to other ANCAPs and like libertarians and like constitutional conservatives that like religiously watch streamers. Like that's who it'll go to. It won't go to anybody normal at all. But if a video does really well, it'll go out of that domain and they'll open up the domain a little bit to people who watch politics. And when it gets there, a bunch of lefties will look at it. And then what'll happen is they don't like it, they'll report you. And the right doesn't do the same thing. Yeah, groypers might, like they might like they'll politically target someone. But for the large part, if you're a lefty and your shit goes out, what will they do? They'll thumbs down it. And then they'll get in the comments and be like, this guy's a fucking retard. So what do? They give it engagement with the likes, dislike portion. They watch the video, so they give it watch time. And then they get in the comments and tell them they're bad, so they give it engagement. So what conservatives do when they see leftists being dumb is they boost them, give them money, give them clout, give them popularity. And what the left does is they get angry, they plug their ears, and then they report you. And then it gets not enough reports for it to be a problem, or it gets human reviewed or whatever. But then you get tanked in the algorithm because you get low watch duration, you get low engagement, and you get like frivolous reports. And like nothing happens to people who just make frivolous reports. So it's like, I don't know how to solve that problem on like YouTube or Twitch's or, you know, X's end. You see it the most prominent on X because it's nothing but fucking neo-Nazis and like crazy OnlyFans girls and like leftist retards. Part of that is my own personal algorithm, but like, yeah, like negative engagement and the way that it pops off on X is like, or Twitter is worse than everywhere. Yeah. So that's what people don't know. CPM is very different between channels. I'm one of the $1 CPM channels because wrong think lol. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, and it's like once you begin to understand that, because this is something that Mentis Wave and I kind of get experientially that a lot of you don't maybe quite understand, is just how often that little devil on your shoulder is telling you to self-censor. And this is why I don't hate people like Dave Smith, who have very clearly started grifting. Like Dave Smith doesn't talk about Austrian economics anymore. Dave Smith doesn't discuss things from a theory-based perspective anymore. He says stupid shit like the will of the people when discussing why he's against open borders instead of giving an actual argument, which you can give, by the way, right? He's like, but it's like 95% of his audience is constitutional, conservative, limited government, right-wing guys. And it's so easy to psychologically convince yourself of like certain things you say when the money is there. Like you guys, like I think a lot of people think it's like signing a record deal that signs your life away. But when you make online content, it's not one contract. It's not one signature. It's not one line. It's a series of very easy to cross lines of self-censorship, right? It's like that little thought in your head that says, don't say that about Clint Russell because like he's a made man and like it would be bad for me to make enemies. It's that little voice that goes, go easy on it. And sometimes that voice doesn't even speak. You just kind of subconsciously do it. Like you end up not saying the bad thing. And it's like it's hard to get a seat at the adult table unless you make those friends to begin with. So you already are in a relationship of self-censoring and holding back some of your opinions before you're even big as a YouTuber 99% of the time anyways. It's difficult. I promise you it's difficult. I just saw your appearance on Stitch and Adam. They also don't seem to get much love in the way of ads. Destiny has an ad every 10 seconds. I watch and just want hear people speaking. So you can control your ads. Don't let somebody bullshit you about when it says limited ads, right? That's not limited in terms of how much advertising you get. What that is limiting is the amount of advertisers that are willing to advertise on like what they consider to be controversial stuff, right? So like there's been research, for example, there's been corporate research. Let me explain, like give you a little bit of a window behind, right? There's corporate research in marketing that you can read if you like go to Google Scholar and like look up like marketing, negative engagement, like look up all these keywords we talk about. You'll find articles on it. And I'm thinking off the top of my head, but there was like one on Colgate, for example. They used Colgate was like the test group. And what they found is that when someone, when you have like a really innocuous product, just cut me up, brother. We had a whole thing about it earlier in the stream. I can't make myself but so loud unless it starts to get gainy and sound bad. Just cut the volume up, I promise. I'll cut the music down a little bit if that helps. Bring the music down to like here. So then maybe that'll help. But like there are corporate ads that like when you have a negative experience with content, like you get mad about that content, it can formulate a negative opinion of the product, especially if the product is really high in its opinion, and like really like innocuous, right? Like products that don't have a lot of value attached to them as far as controversial things are, right? So if you're Colgate toothpaste, you go to YouTube and you say, look, I don't want to be associated with anything that might be considered controversial, right? So he's like, oh, 100% Mentis Wave. So like I can, if Colgate doesn't want their product associated with something controversial, because if it's next to something controversial, the market research has shown that it can actually, the advertising can actually have a negative effect, because it ties psychologically in your mind that time you were pissed off with that product. Now, granted, marketing is usually about like 4 touches or 5 touch rule. 5 touch rule is what's usually considered. So like one Colgate commercial really doesn't affect your opinion of Colgate. 5 commercials make you start thinking about Colgate when you go to buy toothpaste, as opposed to the other toothpaste brands. But it can still have a negative impact. But if your product is My Patriot Supply, you don't give a fuck if your product is associated with negative shit, because negative shit actually makes your product better, right? If you think a civil war is coming into politics, or you see a racist that pisses you off and you see a My Patriot Supply, you're like, shit's getting bad, better start prepping more food, right? So it's like the negative things the controversial things don't have a negative relationship with the product that you sell. So when they go to YouTube, My Patriot Supply is just an example. I don't think they actually run YouTube ads. I think they just kind of pay streamers, but it's an example, is that like when you go there, what'll happen is you tell them, yeah, put my shit whatever, I don't care. So when it says limited review, that means you're in a pool of advertisers that don't care and will advertise to anybody. And you're not in the pool of people that only want their products associated with good shit. And the thing is that those cost more money. And because it costs more money, you make more money. So you're not actually getting less money because your views are limited. Per view, CPM, right? But you are. You see what I'm saying? So like you're getting less money from ads because the ads that you're getting aren't as valuable as the other ads. The second thing that happens is that if you're limited on ad review, especially if you're a smaller creator like me, it will just get tanked in the algorithm because it assumes it's controversial, it's bad, it's going to push people off platform. And also if it's kind of negative and political, you know, you have that thing where you might get limited watch duration because people hop in for a minute and then leave. So you get hit kind of with a double whammy. So people that do political controversial shit, especially people on the right or libertarian or like, you know, not in the mainstream political opinion that corporations like and shit, get limited ad stuff, their CPM tanks because they get ads that aren't they get less valuable ads. I still like watching Destiny because he is genuinely good faith and smart. Pause. Destiny is not good faith. I'm not like other people that I'm like, oh, you politically disagree with me, you must be dumb. I don't think Destiny's dumb. You know, I've debated him a couple of times. He won't debate me 1v1. Pussy. But I've been on several panels with him over the years. And he is intelligent enough to know where the pitfalls are in debates that most lefties don't know, right? So when I start to attack Destiny on philosophy and I start undergirding the foundations of his arguments, he screams, gets mad, says I'm being a debate bro, and then he'll kind of like run around and then he'll leave and usually go make some food and come back and eat and won't talk on the panel for a half hour. Right? So Destiny is not good faith at all. But I will give respect where respect is due. He is intelligent enough to read trends and follow where the money is. He's very good at realizing, okay, what I need to do is I need to find a controversial topic, and then I need to take a position that people don't think I'll take, and then I need to learn as much about that position as possible. And then what he'll do is he'll subvert other people and he'll attack other people's ability to argue, and then he'll give really good talking points. But you're not talking to a good faith person at all. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a dick. I just don't think that he is good faith. I think that is seriously just wrong on my assertion of him. He's been chasing Dave Smith so bad. I think Dave Smith would beat Dave's. I'm sorry. I think Destiny would beat Dave Smith in a debate right now. Dave Smith is not a very good debater. I know I have like a certain hate for Dave Smith, you know, that you guys have or whatever, but I just don't think he's a strong debater. Dave Smith is pretty fucking good at like energeia and pathos, right? If you give Dave Smith time to speak, Dave Smith is really good about making you feel passionate about what he's saying. And that is something that clearly comes from all of his time online, his time as a stand-up comedian. Like, he's very good at, we're just shooting the shit. You know, the debate doesn't start for another hour. Dave Smith's very good at that. Dave Smith starts to have a problem, especially because he's catering to a kind of a mass audience. He's not very good at the logic portion, and he doesn't do well under the debate bro pressure, right? Like, when you start, like, he can get some bangers out, and he does really good in like an Oxford style thing where a moderator is very strict about giving someone 2 minutes to speak and then giving someone else 2 minutes else to speak. But if you put Dave Smith with like a regular debate bro moderator, like Modern Day Debates or Andrew Wilson, or, pick somebody, right, to moderate them, who kind of gives them a little bit more freedom to interrupt each other and to like be like, whoa, that doesn't make sense, blah, 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 right? Destiny would just fucking crush Dave Smith. Because he just doesn't do well in that environment. Because he's telling stories, getting you impassioned about it, and sprinkling in some libertarian concepts, whilst not having a really good, strong philosophy or like logic behind every one of his arguments, because they are narratively based. And when those narratives get broken up, you're just gonna have a hard time. I feel like Dave Smith, when pushed, he has no idea what the basis for NAP would even be. Yeah, I mean, I have a real difficult time. If you're going to represent libertarianism in a debate space online, it's okay that you don't have a strong formulation for the non-aggression principle. I actually think that's okay. But you need to be able to, at the very least, reference the arguments. Like, you need to be able to say, look, I'm not really good at it, but, I think that argumentation ethics puts up a good thing. I have a hard time explaining it. I believe I have a right to my body, and I hold that as an axiom, right? I hold that as an axiom. And if you don't believe you don't have a right to your body, then like, what land are we living in? The law of the jungle, right? Like, and if the law of the jungle is all we're going on, then everything is justified, right? And just copy Dostoevsky in, who may or may not be copying Sartre. He is, but, is parroting him. When Ivan Karamazov says in the Brothers Karamazov to Alyosha, if God isn't real, everything is permitted, right? Like, that's all you need to say. Like, if I have no right to my body, and if it's just law of the jungle, then everything is permitted. That to me is sufficient, right? Like, you don't need like this massively, like, you don't need to go through why it's a performative contradiction and like, be able to understand Habermas's performative contradiction and like be able to understand like, existence exists and the law of identity and the law of excluded middle and the law of non-contradiction, and then create the performative contradiction, and then, then be able to accurately surmise where conflict surmises from as, competition for, to use scarce resources towards opposing means, and why, ethical systems can't be conflict inducing from a functionalist perspective. Like, you don't need that whole fucking chain. Like, I can do that. I guess pat myself on the back, you know what I mean? But even if I try to do that in a debate, it usually doesn't work because it's way too much for the fucking audience to grasp at that time. And it just becomes a nerd fest of like political theory that is like so difficult to fucking follow and becomes so fucking boring that you usually have moderators step in and go, hold on. Can we just agree on this? You know what I mean? Like, that people will just kind of insert themselves in that anyways. Right? So like, it's not even, so I just don't think it's necessary to have that strong of a foundation of the non-aggression principle to debate the non-aggression principle. But you ought be able to, at the very least, present it as an axiom and defend why you're presenting it as an axiom, as a right to your body. And you know, like, as you know, Rand is very particular about not defining things via negative. And like, I respect that. But like in common parlance, it's fine if you want to define something as a negative, if it is, you know, kind of an unavoidable axiom, right? So like, existence exists, for example, by Rand, is an unavoidable axiom. It's like, how do you base the axiom? Well, it's kind of circular, because it's like, well, there's no way to not. But it's not circular because it's an unavoidable axiom. There's no way to say existence doesn't exist because you need existence in order to say that. So you must posit that reality is reality, at least in some form. We could be in the Matrix, but there is some brain somewhere thinking these thoughts. Someone made an 8-hour-long video debunking flat earthers. That feels like that's so crazy to me. Like, just get a cool camera with a long distance on it and then just go to a dock somewhere, like a shipping port, and then just watch the fucking ship come up the horizon. There you go. Flat Earth debunked. Like, I don't feel like it. You don't need 8 hours for that, man. Like, you can, like, you don't need to go into the history. You don't need to, like, fucking talk about the guy that fucking, you know, figured out that the shadow was different, you know, in Egypt than it was elsewhere. Like, you don't need any of that shit. You don't need the math. You don't need anything crazy. Like, just one camera of, like, you know, or like a laser that you shoot somewhere, and like, after a certain distance, the laser is further down on the ground, and then you're like, oh, there you go, debunked. There you go. It's not hard. Yeah, I mean, like, flat earthers, if they won't believe that, they're not going to believe anything, though. You know what I mean? Like, it's an eye illusion. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm also, give us a like, boys. 28 of you in here, 12 likes. Like, give us a like. I'm not asking for your money. If you want to give me $3.99 for a membership, cool. If you want a super chat, awesome. But like, I don't have enough people in here to where I can't read the whole fucking chat anyway. So it's not like super chatting is going to make me read your chat because it was missed otherwise. You're not really getting anything other than just donating. You know, do whatever you want. But, you know, I mean, give us a like. You know, if only half of you guys watching aren't liking it, you know, give me a little bit of engagement. Help me out. I appreciate you guys. A group of flat earthers did the laser experiment or something close to that. And when it showed the earth is round, they just said that they must have done the experiment wrong. Yeah. Have you read Hoppe's reflections on method writing? He talks about naturalism. No. At least I don't. I mean, I might have, Polly. I've read a lot of Hoppe. And sometimes I don't like remember what I read. I know that sounds crazy, but I've read enough Hoppe to where like I don't really remember it unless I have to go back and like reference it in like a debate or a discussion or something. You know what I mean? Like oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. I'll have to look at it. Last thing I read new from Hoppe was his dispersions on Walter Block, and that's my reaction to that is on the channel. But it's so bad. He like clearly, I mean, like Walter Block is bad. Can I see YouTube chat? Yeah, I can see YouTube chat. Do I think true capitalism will become popular at some point? So I can't predict the future. All I can do is look at trends. And what I see in trends is that most of the world is becoming more socialist and has done so at a rapid pace since the ending of World War II. That's the bad news. That there doesn't seem to be any signs of like a massive slowdown in these breaks. And the right has become more socialist with every passing day, to the point where it's becoming somewhat difficult to differentiate between Nazi policy and the current Republican Party. I know that sounds dramatic, but I mean that purely from an economic perspective, right? Like this desire for more tariffs and, economic protectionism and, more social welfare that they used to hate, etc. And yet, there's something like 200 plus, liberal democracies in the world. And so there are always pockets. And it's in those pockets where interesting things can happen that can really shift the paradigm. There, it says Argentina pushing things a little, right? So, I mean, you see Argentina, obviously, under Javier Milei going the opposite direction. There are these pockets. So one of these pockets would be in Honduras. There is, in Honduras, there is Prospaya. And Prospaya is growing. And it seems to be a safe haven for pharmaceutical research. And that is an ANCAP colony, if ever there was one, right? You go there, you pay $3,000 to be a citizen. You fly there, you pick an insurance policy as a rights enforcement agency to represent your private property rights and individual liberties. And you get to pick from multiple different ones that choose kind of which laws you're going to follow. And it becomes more expensive the less laws you have, and cheaper the more you choose to constrain yourself. And oh, did I say Prospaya? Hold on, Cospaya instead of Cospaya. God damn, what is it? Prospera. Sorry, that's how you spell it. I don't know. Prospera. My brain probably did mix Cospaya with Prospera, but yeah. So I mean, like it is capitalism as capitalistic as it can be. So I don't know what the future holds. I clearly have hope that one day we will get there, and I think through enough time, there is a slow march towards progress in the human species if you zoom out far enough, right? And like if you only look at the last 100 years, you can get really black-pilled. But if you look at the last 10,000 years, right? I think you see that ours is a history of conflict. Human history is a history of conflict between classes, between people, between tribes, between empires, that seems to instantiate the human desire for individual liberty, right? Like as much as I think that liberal democracies are mistakes in many ways, it's hard to argue that the march hasn't been towards progress, at least in the unfulfilled promise of individual liberty. And I think we're headed in the wrong direction currently, in that there is, I think we're headed in the wrong direction. But that we're standing on the shoulders, we're pissing on the shoulders of giants from the Enlightenment. And we've lost much of the philosophy as we become more socialist. But I don't know that it'll be that bad. I think eventually in the long span of human history, unregulated capitalism is going to be a reality in some places. And it might require new frontiers, right? It might require corporate voluntaristic societies like Prospera, but on places like Mars, on other planets, on land that is not yet claimed or homesteaded. I don't know. But I do think and hope that eventually we will kind of get there. Have I done a video on that? That sounds interesting. Prospera. There's a Reason TV interview on it that's pretty good. What do I think of Patrick Smith's anti-subjectivism manifesto? I've never read that. If I had to guess, I'd say he's probably going to sleep soon. From 2022. Yo, Mises Institute's website always takes such a long time to load. Or the Libertarian Institute, sorry. Here we go. It's not that long. I'm bookmarking it now. I'll read it later. You live stream the debate too? Hey, Blaze, right, just be careful that you don't show the video, especially because CNN said they're going to have people come in and take it down. Liquid Zulu 2024. Liquid Zulu can't be president. He's not an American citizen. He's Brit. He's a fucking Britmonger. Also, no offense, I would not want Liquid Zulu as president. He would just get assassinated. Like, Liquid Zulu does not know the meaning of, like, okay, there are some things I can do and some things I can't do. So, like, I will get done the things I can to push the philosophy of libertarianism. Like, if you talk to Liquid Zulu, he's like, yeah. Like, I don't care. It's wrong for the government to do anything. So what we will do, we will abolish everything. Like, he would just go in there and abolish everything and then just get arrested and nothing would happen. Is he seriously going to move to New Hampshire? That is so fucking based. Yeah, I mean, Liquid Zulu would just be like, abolish the state. And it's like, dude, like, every time I think of, hold on, let me pause the music real quick. There's a hold on. This is Liquid Zulu. Let me just find this real quick. All right, let me just put this over here. And then from the Dave Chappelle show. Here you go. Hey, for other people have similar music to the songs on Pretzel Rocks. And then what they'll do, they're going to be probably cutting his mic at certain points. They're going to let Biden get jabs in about like January 6th and stuff like that. And then they're going to, like it's not going to be good. But like Rob North said, it's lose-lose for Trump. I mean, it kind of is lose-lose. And the reason is because Trump's not a good debater, right? Like Trump is really poor at debating. He's just like, he's seen as like this great debater because in 2016 everyone was still doing this like this bullshit politician speak where they were like, education is one of my biggest concerns because children are the future of America, and God bless America, and that's why you should vote for me, right? And then Trump was like, your wife's a dog, like, and then people were like, yo, what the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, you'll never be like your brother, Jeb. You're boring, Jeb. You'll never be as good as your brother. And like people are like, what the fuck? Like, this is crazy. But like now that the media has kind of like changed and evolved and gotten used to, this extra level of sensationalism that Trump brought, like those moments of 2016 is kind of an additional direction of like what William F. Buckley versus Vidal was. If you've never watched the Buckley v. Vidal debates, he was working for CBS and they had terrible ratings. And he's obviously William F. Buckley, National Review, founder of neoconservatism in American, kind of politics. And Vidal calls him a crypto-fascist in one of the debates. And Buckley loses his cool in that moment and said, like, basically said he'd sock him in the mouth if he ever told him that again, because he fought in World War II and killed Nazis. Like, how dare you say that about me? And like to his deathbed, Buckley v. Vidal, William F. Buckley said that was the greatest mistake of his entire life because the ratings went off the charts. People were like, holy shit, that is the craziest television I've ever seen. And he kind of leaned into it a little bit, and it became sensationalist politics. Trump did that again in 2016, but we're all used to it now. And so it's not shocking. It's not great. It doesn't really work that well. Everyone's used to it. It's like, it's not going to really have that much effect in this debate. And so if he does it, it's just going to look like he's going to look like a whiny baby bitch because he's going to bring up shit that's irrelevant. And when Biden does it, he's going to get away with it. The moderators are going to silence Trump when he tries to respond, because it'll be Biden on his response. So it'll be like Biden speaks, Trump responds, then Biden will say something about January 6th or something, and then Trump's going to try and come back, and then it's gonna suck, right? And so basically the only way Trump wins this is if Biden loses coherence. Like if Biden has a really, really bad, which I don't think he will. I think he's going to be hopped up on amphetamines. He's going to be fine. But if he does, like just like really fucking lose it, then he might gain something from it. But like most people that are going to be watching this, they already know who they're going to vote for. It's not really going to have that much of an effect. What is the most popular political movement in the U.S. besides Republicans and Democrats? I mean, technically speaking, the Libertarian Party is third largest party. The LP has had a lot of issues lately, and Chase Oliver is super stupid. Worst fucking pick of the LP. I mean, there was some backstabbing, supposedly. Mike Dermatt may have lied to the Mises's pick. Oh God, now I can't. Michael Rechtenwald. Michael Heiss ran a horrible fucking choice and campaign by getting behind Michael Rechtenwald instead of just supporting Joshua Smith, but there's too much bad blood there. Joshua Smith, got like 8% and he dipped out. Looks like most of his people didn't vote for Rechtenwald. So we ended up with Prague, a lefty Prague that's in charge. I mean, he's fairly libertarian, but he's a lefty. He says he's pro Antifa, he's pro, grooming of kids with, the drag queen story hour and stuff like that. And he'll give lip service to like, oh, well, it shouldn't be in schools because public schools shouldn't exist. And, and during COVID, he bought all the COVID hysteria and like didn't have a fucking thing to say until like Texas wanted to stop corporations from being allowed to ban people for not having the COVID vaccine. And he was like, that's authoritarianism, which he's right. It's a correct opinion, but he had nothing to say about all the other COVID shit. He's very, very quiet about it. I mean, he's a horrible fucking pick. He's ideologically captured by the left in terms of like social movements and doesn't understand that like these generative themes and Freirean kind of like conflicts are just the current queer theory, current, critical theory, destructive points to push the culture war forward because he doesn't understand, critical theory and Marxian praxis. And so like, I think in a lot of ways that is more important than like having the correct libertarian position on certain things. I don't know. It's hard to do. Like the philosophy must come first. What happened to you and Zulu debating on borders again? Ask Liquid Zulu. He said that he had a friend that was starting up a new platform and that he wanted to use that platform in moderation in order to host the debate. I haven't heard anything about that since. I've brought it up again, but like, I guess his friend is like kicking the can down the road or hasn't gotten whatever that project was. So it's not 100% like Liquid Zulu ducking me. But I don't need his friend to moderate on this new platform thing. So, yeah. And I'm not like, again, I'm not saying Liquid Zulu is like ducking me, right? I'm just saying you have to ask him. Yo, Scott, we got to talk sometime. I want to debate you on the ethical grounding of the non-aggression principle. And I want to hear how you get to morality from logical axioms. Yeah, I mean, I talked about it earlier a little bit. You can DM me. If you're in the Discord, just DM me over Discord, or you can DM me over Twitter. I have no problem debating you. What you did. Oh, okay. 4 hours ago. Accept DM. Oh, apparently you just copied. I didn't even see that. I have a lot of, I'm in the politics Discord, so I get a lot of trash in my like message requests, and I didn't pay attention because you're not in the Discord, so it doesn't automatically allow you to DM me. So you must have left the Discord or something. I had another one sitting there too. Oh no, it says you're in a mutual server. Did my settings revert? That's weird. My settings must have reverted at some point to not automatically allow people I get this dude that DMs me every now and then. GNARITAS. And he just DMs me, shut the fuck up, loser. And then another time, it's already subjective, you fucking retard. And this one, oh my God, you're a social fucking idiot with the poorest group communication skills of anyone ever on this panel. It's like, I don't know what this guy wants. Does he think I'm just going to get like super fucking triggered and be like, whoa? It's like, dude, I don't care. Yeah, I accept it. I'll look at it after the stream. Fabian, have you seen Zulu's new paper on grounding the nap? I have read Zulu's paper on grounding the nap. I do it a little bit differently, but I think his is perfectly fine. Like I think his is perfectly fine. I just I go about it slightly differently. The thing that I think is missing is the jump that I think most people make is why ethical systems must be functional. Right? So like that is something that I don't see enough people ground. That upsets me. So like when we talk about conflict inducing, like there's an axiom that is snuck in that I find that most people that attempt to ground the nap sneak in that they don't realize that they're doing, which is the position, and I think it is a weakness that a lot of people have, which is that ethical systems must be functional or that ethical systems must be conflict reducing, that you cannot call it an ethical system if it's conflict inducing, right? But if we presume that conflict is like natural or something, like there's ways to like, there are other arguments against, I think they're bad arguments, right? Like, you know, people saying that like conflict is natural or that like the default state of man is conflict with nature, right? Which communists will do, right? Like these other arguments, then I think the nap falls apart there unless you can explain why a system must be conflict reducing, or at the very least cannot be conflict inducing. Because if it's conflict inducing, you know, it causes all sorts of problems for you to be able to say that it is an ethical system. And it seems to be like a hidden axiom that a lot of people are making. At least when I tried to do a step-by-step process of it. Libertarian Party is representation despite being very unpopular. Yeah. I wonder how many of those voting blue would give their vote to more radical leftist parties if they had the impression that they would stand a decent chance of winning. So I don't think so my biggest gripe with the Libertarian Party in this regard, my biggest gripe was made manifest, very obvious and manifest when the Arizona race happened and Blake Masters was endorsed by the Libertarian candidate at the time. I can't remember his name, when he dropped out. And although Blake Masters lost that election, as did Kerry, which, you know, we can talk about. I don't know that we can talk on YouTube about some of my feelings about those votes in Arizona during the 2020 election. Or the 2022. I don't know that we can talk about that. But setting that aside, the Libertarian Party, specifically the LNC, the National Libertarian Party chair, Angela, gave a big indication that she was upset with this happening, and reiterated multiple times that it is the goal of the Libertarian Party to win elections, not to drop out and endorse candidates. And I think that is the dumbest fucking thing the head of the LNC could say, because there is no realistic standard, no realistic mapping that isn't astronomically unlikely that like the Libertarian Party gains so much popularity that it just starts winning elections left and right. Right? So what ought the Libertarian Party do with the power that it has? What does it mean if the Libertarian Party can So for example, recent polling, the best polling I've seen, showed that about 60% of people that vote for the Libertarian Party will not vote for the Democrat or Republican candidate. So throw 60% of the LP vote out. But then there's 40%, and they seem to be split fairly 50-50 between the Republican and the Democrat. So even if the LP didn't exist in those places, they probably wouldn't have that big of a candidate dropping out doesn't really have that big of an influence on the election. But what happens when someone drops out and gets a public statement from the person that they're getting an endorsement from the Libertarian Party and publicly makes promises in paper, or at the very least in speech, with that endorsement, that they will do something because they were endorsed by the Libertarian Party? So, for example, Donald Trump, when he came to speak at the Libertarian convention, he stated, "Hey guys, elect me as the head of the Libertarian Party," which he couldn't anyways because he didn't even file the paperwork. But anyways, he said, "I will put a Libertarian in a cabinet position in the White House, and I will pardon Edward Snowden." Or no, not pardon. He said he would not Edward Snowden. He said he would commute the sit-ins for Ross Ulbricht. My apologies. That's the type of shit we need to be doing, right? Like that's where we go, okay, if we can't win, it's getting close to election day, can we get either a Democrat or a Republican to give us serious concessions and promise them publicly for our endorsement and make a plea that is actually like inviting to the Libertarians so that they can get 1% of the vote? Because if we can get 4 or 5% of the vote, take away 60%, we're left with, 2% of the vote. It's 50-50 split, but we can get 60 or 70% to swing to the Republican or swing to the Democrat because they make certain concessions, right? That's a 0.5%. And in a lot of fucking swing states and in a lot of places, a 0.5% is the difference between victory and defeat. That's what we should be doing as the LP, is that we should be playing kingmaker. We should be saying, look, we get that you're not libertarians, that you're not with us, but you're going to fucking know that you're going to lose this fucking election unless you give us something. And every time those things that they do are tied to the Libertarian Party endorsement and they're tied to libertarian ideology, and those things turn out successful and those things make the country better, is a slight growth towards liberty and libertarianism in this country. When we go up to a Democrat and we go, yeah, you're going to sign a bill that legalizes these drugs and does these things, and then they promise it, and then that shit works, people are going to be like, wow, that's a great idea. And then they'll fall in love with slight libertarian ideas, and all of a sudden libertarianism and things like that, obviously no, the libertarians in the party would not be reliable voters. Yeah, well, like I said, you know what I mean? Like you have to be realistic and recognize that if you have 3% in the polls, you're not going to win that election, right? So like there's no reason to stick it out to spite someone. Unless they both candidates refuse to come to the table, then you sit there and they go, and then they can bitch. And so, because here's what's happening right now. When Donald Trump or a Republican loses, I got this all the time. I got blocked by Lecture Fan. Remember Lecture Fan on Twitch? He blocked me on Twitter and shit because we got into an argument about him saying that libertarians spoil the ticket for Republicans. Right? But if we were reaching out to Republicans going, we'll drop out and endorse you, but you have to do these things. When he says that we spoil it, we look at him and go, you're goddamn right we fucking spoiled it, because your piece of shit corporate bought and sold candidate wouldn't come to the fucking table and bring us liberty and freedom in this fucking country. So fuck yeah, we spoiled your candidate. Fuck your candidate. And when they go, you made the Democrats win, be like, no, your Republican candidate that wouldn't sit down at the table and give us fucking breadcrumbs to give us just a little bit of fucking liberty in this country. They couldn't sacrifice any of their fucking corporate APAC money to give us just the tiniest bit of freedom in this country, so you people can come. Like we can aggressively argue that it's their piece of shit Republicans that wouldn't do anything. But when we don't do anything, when we just actually do spoil the ticket, but like we don't have any strategy behind that. It builds resentment from the Republicans that we're there spoiling their ticket because they feel like a lot of those people that voted for them are constitutional conservatives that ought to have voted for the Republican against the Democrat because it was the lesser of two evils. But no, if we did that, if we fucking made those Republicans come to the table, that would change. Because then the onus is on the Republican to come to sit down with the libertarians, and when we offer reasonable things for an endorsement, that they give us those reasonable things. And then there's no bitching. It's like, we didn't spoil the candidate, your candidate did. If Biden's cocktail wears off too soon and he straight up passes out, do you think Trump, being only 8 feet away, will run over and attempt to catch his fall? Dude, Trump will fucking trip on himself trying to run, man. Like, both of them are fucking old, decrepit, and unhealthy as fuck. Zulu just said, I'm not seeing any DMs from him asking to debate me. Dude, we did it all over. We were talking on Twitter multiple times about it. He agreed on Twitter. I know because you brought it up, G Slime. Right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you brought it up. Like, I've said it, I've brought it up later on Twitter at some point. I didn't DM him because he told me on Twitter that he was waiting on his buddy to get a platform thing set up. That his buddy was going to do some like new type of thing, like some new type of system or something. Do you prefer Trump or Biden? I get you think they're far from ideal, but if you had to pick, gun to my head, I'd say pull the trigger. The thing that Trump has to do to win me over is like, I prefer Trump, right? If I had to pick the lesser of two evils, but gun to my head, I'd say pull the trigger. But the thing that Trump has to do to get my vote is he has to show with both his record and with his statements that he is going to reduce the size and scope of the state. And he proved to me in his last presidency that that's not true. He proved to me that he will increase the size and scope of the state. You want to look at inflation? Half of it is Trump's fault with all these COVID bills he signed. And you can give me the cope that he was under impeachments and investigations and all this other shit as much as you want, but he doesn't have the power or the means to reduce the size and scope of the state. So it doesn't matter to me whether or not we get an accelerationist like Biden or we get a less bad candidate like Trump, right? If he openly admits that the CARES Act was a complete mistake, that it was a failure, and that he would never do anything like that again, number one, and number two, if he rescinds his statement that he made on policing about how he was going to be tough on crime and increase the drug war in some aspects, if he undoes those two things, then he can get my vote. Like, if he can genuinely say, I fucked up, I never should have done that, and that other thing, I think his presidency speaks for itself beyond those two capacities, that he reduced the size of the state, right? Like, he demanded that we put in deregulation, which he did. He did a lot of those things, but even then, I probably, like, I don't know. Even then, I probably still won't vote for him. Like, I need more, and I don't know what that more is. But as it stands right now, I am not confident in any way, shape, or form that he's going to reduce the size and scope of the state. I just think he's going to do less growth of the state than Biden. And that doesn't matter, right? Like, less growth isn't degrowth. I need degrowth, right? He didn't drone bomb in Yemen. He didn't do any drone bombs in Yemen. He supported Saudi Arabia with weapons, right? So that they could fight in Yemen. And he maintained the blockade on Yemen, which causes problems in Yemen. But he didn't drone bomb in Yemen. Obama did. But he didn't do any. The U.S. didn't do any military action inside of Yemen. Yeah, degrowth of government, not population. Degrowth is a naughty word. Yeah. Oh God, Dark Copter. I can't imagine. G Slime, I'm with you. I don't think he did anything good in Yemen. But like I just want to be careful in like not getting into like just like saying shit that's wrong because I don't like a guy. Right? Like Trump discontinued, like we were done by the time Trump took over, we were done training. We were just selling. Like we did not do any military actions in Yemen under Donald Trump. Now, did he drone people? Yes. Did he do so in Pakistan? Absolutely. When we're not supposed to be there at all and their nuclear power, right? Did he almost go to war with Iran and Tucker Carlson of all fucking people had to save us because his dumbass had John Bolton in charge of things in the first half of his presidency? Yes. Did he eventually realize that was a terrible thing? And did he also eventually state on live television as a president and the only one in history other than Dwight D. Eisenhower to state during his presidency that there is a military industrial complex and that they try and strong arm you and that they use threats and coercion and lies? Yes. So, I mean, I think he would be a much more peaceful president than he was in the first half of his term. And I think he's probably the only one that I could actually, like, because of Jared Kushner and his dealings in foreign policy, is probably the only one that can stop what's happening in Gaza right now. I don't think he's going to get like a magical two-state solution or anything. Like, I think that's a bit far, but I think he's the only one that could actually do that. Oh yeah, Trump is definitely a populist. He's a 90s Democrat. Like Trump is a 90s Democrat. Like Trump and Trump and Bill Clinton have the exact same fucking policies. Like there is no difference between Bill Clinton's presidency and Donald Trump's presidency. Right? What you want to talk about welfare reform? Yep. Well, what do you know? Bill Clinton did welfare reform under Newt Gingrich administration. They worked together to reduce the cost of welfare and at the same time increase welfare recipients, which over time ballooned welfare, but at the time reduced costs. You want to talk about guns, right? 1994 crime bill, tough on crime, exactly what he's touting, and it came out with the assault weapons ban. What do you have? You have Donald Trump is fucking, the bump stock ban, which he probably did as like a bone. He knew it wouldn't do anything, but he doesn't really give a fuck about your gun rights, clearly. You want to talk about foreign policy? Oh, I don't know. Were there any major trade deals that like negotiated, trade and tariff situations with Canada and Mexico? Oh, I don't know. The U.S.-Canada deal that he did is just a reformulation of NAFTA, right? Like, being slightly tough on China while still exporting a bunch of shit to China. Oh, same thing. Oh, the southern border. Bill Clinton had two major fucking initiatives to protect the southern border and build southern border wall. Like Bill Clinton built a southern border wall. It did, like deregulation of the economy, which is like good capitalism, great. Like Glass-Steagall Act was repealed under Bill Clinton. Like Bill Clinton is Donald Trump. They have the same fucking policies. They're the same fucking candidate. It's just that we've moved so far left that a Bill Clinton presidency looks like a fucking Republican presidency. He's just a 90s Democrat. He's a left-leaning neoliberal. Both were on Rich Guy's Island, probably. No, that is one thing I'll give Trump. He was never on the Epstein flight logs, except early on, and he never went to the island in terms of the flight logs so far that have been released. He banned him from Mar-a-Lago after he was harassing underage girls. And he was the only person that prosecutors that were attempting to go after Epstein volunteered himself and worked with prosecutors to try and bring down Epstein. Like, there are a lot of bad things about Donald Trump. That is not one of them. That is such, like, it is such a fucking stretch. When he volunteered and was like, I don't need a representative. I don't need anything. Like, I'm here to, like, help you guys take down a fucking pedophile. Like, I'll give Donald Trump that. Like Donald Trump seems to be, as far as all the evidence is pointing towards, that, like, yeah, but they're like, yeah, but in 1996 at a party, he said he likes his women young. It's like, yeah, he's talking about, like, fucking 19 to 22-year-olds because rich billionaires, like all dudes, like to fuck young, hot women. He's not talking about 14-year-old girls, unlike Bill Clinton or Tom Hanks or all these other people that were on flight logs going to his fucking island, hanging out, photographed with, like, underage girls, giving him massages and shit. Like, the idea that people try and say that Trump is a pedo because of the Epstein thing, when all the evidence points in the exact opposite direction, apart from the fact that they hung out at parties a couple of times, like everybody that was super wealthy at that time in that business. Like, what? It's just, it's like, it's ridiculous. What's up, Casimir? So again, I am going to watch it on a second monitor. We're not going to be showing video, and we're going to have it fairly quiet, doing a live reaction. It is absolutely fair use for me to do a live reaction, but we still have to hopefully avoid the censors. So what I will be using is, it should be the Washington Post link, but I'll post the link now. Let's see, we'll go with, we could do NBC, ABC. Should have been, which one? It's supposed to be fucking the Washington Post link. Right? I think that's the one that's like, we will see. We will see. I guess we'll just do the CBS one.
I think it's going to be a busy night for you.
It's going to be a busy night. Look.
This is what I will use. That's the link we're going to watch. So if you want to follow along, right? You know, that's what it'll be. I'll have the audio on in the background quiet. So that, like, I can talk over it and stuff. And what I would prefer to do is I'd prefer to watch it and just pause it and talk and, like, make it a lot longer than it probably needs to be. But that's what I like to do. But for tonight, it'll probably get taken down or whatever. The links will probably drop like an hour afterwards, and then it's gonna be a pain in the ass to find it, etc. So we're just gonna go along so we're in the same vein. Hope it will be a fun stream. I appreciate you, Casimir. I do. I hope we have fun tonight as well. If Fabian just wants to rehash the same bullshit again, he can DM me. I mean, he was the one that said he was waiting for his friend to fucking set up a system. I don't know why he's acting like, you know, like I'm not, I don't know, like that, like it's not on him. Like, I'll DM him. It's fine. I'll DM him. We can do a debate on it again. I don't think we'll be rehashing the same shit because I think there's new context, obviously. And my positions are, I think, a lot better than last time. He said that ended up not happening. I mean, fair enough. Any recommendations for face cam? I'm finally upgrading. I would, it just depends on what you're trying to do, right? Like a lot of programs and places you go stick to 720, right? Like StreamYards, if they don't pay like a lot of money, stays at 720. so does like Discord, unless you pay for Discord, like unless your channel has like 14 things, or you personally pay for Discord, it's gonna be stuck at 720. So like a good 720 camera is fine. But if you're trying to get serious, you know, I would get a 4K. But on streams, you're never really going to do much more than 1080 or 720, right? So like what you really want is you want something that's good quality at 720. You're right. You don't want to get something that's 30 frames per second at 720. You want something that's, you know, you want something that is 60 frames per second in good quality at 720, because you're going to be stuck at 720 on a lot of programs. I think that's probably more important than having something that it can go to 4K or can go to 1080. I don't remember him addressing your thou shalt not steal argument, did he? No. Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't go into the thou shalt not steal. All right, boys. Let's let me move this over here. Ah, that's not what I meant to do. All right, so I'll post the link one more time. This is the one I'm watching. If we have to switch, we'll switch. I'm going to use CBS's coverage. Not only did my stream last 9 hours, it crashed. And then I think I'm just going to watch it on my own time, Casimir. Because I keep meaning to do it on stream, and I was going to do it yesterday, but like I had too much going on. My sleep schedule was all fucked. So like at a certain point, I'm going to have to figure something out. All right, let me cut off the music, and then
the campaigns and the candidates will fact check themselves, but we have a team of journalists built here at CBS.
Hold on, CBS is going to fact check, boys.
But for the entire campaign and for everything that falls into the
All right, how good is that audio? Is that audio like too quiet and needs to be turned up? Or is that good?
Misinformation space, forensic journalists, data journalists who will do this work 7 days a week.
It needs to be quiet, mind you, because if it's too loud, I can't talk over it, etc. But all right, I'll cut it up a little bit.
Now until forever, basically. Tonight, we will unveil
the
CBS Confirmed team to take a look at the things that the campaigns and the candidates say tonight that most need a fact check. Either there's missing context or it's a complete falsehood. We will explain all of that.
Yeah, so I mean,
not just tonight, but throughout this process with the CBS Confirmed team.
Yeah, I mean, like the thing is that I can't have it too loud, or we might get taken down.
Identify it as something false or something in between. We'll not only explain the verdict we've reached, but how we got there.
That's excellent. I think we're all looking forward to that. It's such an important element of what we do is fact-checking this. I also just think about having covered so many presidential contests, we usually have the candidates lay out big
If this stream messes up, consider NTD. Okay, fair enough.
Tax plan or their health
Do you think the attack on October 7th justifies Israel actions in Gaza? No, I don't think the attack on October 7th justifies Israel's actions in Gaza. That's the short answer. The long answer is
it was a constant, and then in the
that
Democratic primary, one of the things is that ideas.
Some of the actions that are taken very clearly are horrendous human rights violations. But I do think that Israel, has, a nation state has no right to go to war with any other nation state, and yet they have stolen the right of self-defense from the Israeli people. And so the question then becomes, well, if you're going to steal that right from people, right? How ought you act in that regard? And the first thing Israel should do. Oh, thank you so much, Stacey. I appreciate you. The first thing Israel should do is cease to exist. But they're not gonna, right? Like they're not gonna cease to exist. And so if they're not gonna cease to exist, then and they're going to steal that right, then they can't refuse to protect their citizens, because that is that is compounding additional violations of the non-aggression principle on the ones that they have already done. So first, they steal the right of self-defense from the people of Israel, and also, the people of Palestine in a way, or the people of Gaza, West Bank, etc. But then it would be compounding it if they also didn't defend them, and they didn't go after those whom have that sound donation effect was loud. Sorry. I can cut it down a little bit, I think. Where is it at? Sonar capture. It doesn't seem to be listed anymore. I don't know. Fuck it. So if they're going to defend the Israeli people, and they're going to go after these people, then they need to do so in such a way that they are targeting specifically those who are terrorists, those who have kidnapped people. And some of those actions absolutely are justified in that regard, and some of them completely aren't. The blockade is not justified. Them corralling people into places for them to be bombed that they previously said they wouldn't bomb isn't justified. I have mixed opinions on some of this, like pretending to be aid workers. It feels immoral, because it doesn't feel like it's in the rational self-interest of anyone involved to pretend to be aid workers and terrorize people in that regard. But I don't know that it's necessarily aggressive to go after people that don't have those rights. But it is compounding some level of trauma and very distasteful, and doesn't seem to be acting in anyone's self-interest to go in those regards. So I don't know, it just kind of depends on which action specifically, because I think none of them are justifiable because they are all the state, and yet some of them need to be done if they're not going to dissolve and allow private military PMCs to defend the people of Israel.
That he admires dictators, that he's under indictment here in Georgia in this very county, Fulton County. That is the overarching case that he's looking to make in the next 90 minutes.
Nancy Cordes, thank you. Robert Costa, you are there.
Yeah, I'm not an open borders libertarian. But maybe we'll get a debate with Liquid Zulu and you can see more on that.
Trump campaign advisors, and they said this is all about former President Trump trying to win over those Nikki Haley Republicans. He's already got his base, but can his temperament tonight, his personality, his answers on really important policy issues, can it
trying to win over those Nikki Haley Republicans,
those who have skepticism about him, to give him another shot, a full look? We'll see. 90 minutes, it's political war between these two.
I don't like Nikki Haley Republican is such an oxymoron.
Thank you very much.
It's like I don't disagree with him per se, but like those aren't Republicans.
Anxiously awaiting what's going to happen, because I do feel like this is going to be not only a clash of personalities.
Maybe we can. Yeah, maybe we can.
A clash of ideas about not only.
I think maybe we could.
In the future.
And
I think the stream will get taken down if we show the stream. I don't know.
How serious the issues are that are facing the country right now, and that it has to be more than a tweet or a bumper sticker, and that we are excited.
Like, I'm pretty sure the stream will get taken down if we show it.
Basic expectation of what voters were required to hear, an actual cogent, explanation of what someone was offering when they were arguing to be your commander-in-chief.
And when there's a bipartisan agreement on immigration about how to do that, where Democrats went the most conservative that they've ever gotten and pushed them there. And they
there should be enough time to sync the audio.
From the political system, and they didn't answer my questions. They didn't talk about what I want, and demand that from the candidates. They don't have to take what's being fed tonight.
All right. Thanks to all of you in our coverage of the CNN.
Okay, well, this is.
Will continue momentarily here on CBS News 24/7 and on your local CBS station. Up next, the next and first presidential debate.
That's the stream I'm using. Yeah, music's going. All right, I'm gonna fucking mute these stupid ass commercials. If you show Biden's face, your stream will be banned. It's funny. The bipartisan border bill, get the fuck out of here. I didn't notice anything about that. But yeah, there is no bipartisan border bill. Like that bill was like it was brought up in several debate panels that I did and stuff, and people were like, it gave the Republicans what they wanted. And it's like, dude, there was so many poison pills in that bill. I just want to see Biden's gaffes. Prediction, I don't think he'll have a bad gaffe tonight. I think he'll be hopped up on amphetamines. I think he'll be reasonably cogent. I think he might like trail off a couple times and say some shit that like starts off a little bit and then goes fucking weird.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
On Face the Nation, the way to learn is to listen.
Wait. Rumble's down? No way. Fabian Liberty, can you explain the religious aspect of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict?
Since you started La Soup in 2014,
Look,
do you have
dude.
any sense as to how much food you
Dude.
rescued from the landfill?
That is such a complex question. Like, can I give my opinion on it? Sure. If you give me an hour, I can give you my opinion on the religion and history. You know what I mean? But like, to like have a complete understanding of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, you know, like you need.
Is it good?
Wait, is he already on stage? Are you guys watching a different stream than I am? Like, which one are you guys watching? Because like I'm just seeing commercials. Oh God! All right, here we go. The stream was like behind.
There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble.
Oh, here we go. My bad, boys.
I come of household where the kitchen table, if the thing
My shit was behind. My bad. I was like, how are you guys commenting? All right, my God, we're good.
The price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. That we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build.
No. It was behind on my stream.
We're going to make sure we cap rents.
Like when I clicked it, it just like went like a half hour behind for some reason.
Tougher than corporate greed is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where
Corporate greed is the reason why we're in this problem. Corporations want to lower prices, you dumb fuck. It's a complete, like, it just doesn't, it's a basic misunderstanding of economics.
We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for.
Trump brought down the price of prescription drugs more than you did.
As opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they conclude beginning next year.
He's already tripping up.
We're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price of around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you.
Yeah, he sounds really weak.
We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it.
Oh, fuck, they both do.
We got hit with COVID. And when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression.
Why would you bring up COVID? It's your weakest point.
By the time we finished, so we
What
did a
the
great
fuck,
job.
Donald
We got a lot
Trump?
of credit
You
for the
idiot.
economy, a lot of
The
credit
CARES
for
Act is the one
military,
thing that
no wars,
the
and so many
Republicans are
other things.
rough with.
Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs. The bounce-back from the COVID.
No, he needs to be calm and gentle in order to win this tonight, Stacey.
Inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us. Thank you, President Biden.
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world. He's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that
what?
We find ourselves in a situation where
His economy was way better than yours.
He rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover.
Dude, you're just spouting COVID points.
In the military, you know,
What are you talking about?
We're still killing people in Afghanistan.
Dude, it's called Loeffner's curve. When he lowered taxes, he increased revenue, you dumb fuck, because economic growth.
You had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century.
Yeah, because lefties are fucking terrified of a Republican, and they had Trump derangement syndrome. Like, what are you talking about?
Like he did.
Like, when you lower taxes, sometimes people have more money to spend, and therefore there's more taxation on those. So that's why you raise revenue by lowering taxes.
Tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cause countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others in all.
China. Yeah, the tariffs are horrible, but it is funny to watch Jake Tapper immediately go hardballs. Oh, how are you going to help with your taxes?
What he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of
No, you were part of this inflation. Like, inflation doesn't happen immediately. Like, you're lying.
In history. There's never been. And as far as
He certainly took the ball and ran with it down the fucking toilet. But the CARES Act absolutely did that.
Strength, with power, he got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
Yeah, that pullout of Afghanistan was bad.
Under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So former President Trump, many of the tax cuts
Biden looks lost.
are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID,
The tax cuts increased revenue.
Through COVID, much better than just about any other country. But we spurred that tax spurred. Now,
Like, this is basic economics that everyone here, like, Trump seems to be the only one
to 21%
to understand.
39% plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold.
Ready to start paying down debt.
Oil and gas right
Trust me, bro. We were going to pay down debt. We promise.
We got hit with
Yes,
COVID.
you raised more revenue, but your Republicans also increased spending.
Therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great.
We were going to pay down the debt, boy. Trust me, bro.
Under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it, more people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster.
Yeah, but that's not COVID. It's not because he handled COVID poorly. It's because of inflation. When you have inflation, you have a poor economy. You know what happens? People start taking drugs. People lose their job. Marriages break up. Men commit suicide. People start having drug overdoses. People start not being able to afford things that keep them healthy. People start not being able to afford health care. It's the economy. It's not COVID.
Weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done, we've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country, and I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to
this is a good hit.
Later in this block. President Biden.
But of course, Jake Tapper, we're not talking about immigration right now. Shut up, fucking nerd.
The largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America.
He's already gaffing. We have 1,000 trillionaires in America.
They, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 million, billion dollars, I should say, in a 10-year period.
God damn, dude, you're already fucking up your numbers. And that's not how that works. That's a lie. Fact check. Where's the fact check? That's a lie. Why? Because people aren't billionaires because they make a fucking $1 billion a year on their wages. You'd have to tax unrealized gains. You'd have to destroy the economy to pay for them to pay that high in taxes. The reason they only pay that high in taxes is because they're only paying taxes on the money that they pull out of the stock market and it becomes income. So when they pull out funds and sell stocks, it becomes income. But all that money they have invested is unrealized gains.
Thank you, President Biden. President
Oh,
Trump.
dude, he just fucking trailed off and was like, whoa, Medicare.
He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare.
Ooh, with the zinger. We're going to beat Medicaid to death.
Putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in.
He's lying here about the Social Security, but that is a fucking great way to put it.
Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare.
It's a great fucking way to destroy him. It's a smart move.
It's a shame. What's happened to our
It's a lie, but it's smart.
in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people. They cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump.
Ooh, saying what he's done because of that is criminal is a smart way to put it. Because he puts that idea in there.
This morning, the court ruled on yet another
He
abortion
planted a
case,
seed for like the felon thing and January 6th and like Hunter Biden to bring up criminality, but to call him a criminal early is a smart move.
You take
Trump's
credit
on his
for the
game.
decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex, but not really.
Yeah, I don't like him being
51 years ago,
pro-choice the way he is,
Roe
but
v. Wade,
you know that was a smart way to
everybody
come
wanted
in.
Get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception, Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court
Yes, she did,
justices on the court
because he
and they
picked
happened to
Supreme
vote
Court
in favor
justices,
of
which is hilarious.
killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, and getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected.
Biden is like flabbergasted by this take. He doesn't because he doesn't actually know that like most legal scholars didn't like Roe v. Wade. It was a bad case.
A little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happens?
Yeah, you have to get elected is fucking weird.
And the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that
What you've done, what have conservatives on the court.
When it was decided, supported Roe, and that's this idea.
He said legal scholars. You're fucking
ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether
the vast amount of conservatives supported Roe v. Wade. No, they didn't.
and have him decide on.
Yeah, I'm an evictionist, Derek, as well.
Whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do
The exceptions is stupid. It just opens up the state to grow more investigating fucking our personal lives.
There's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal: there's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses. Brothers and sisters.
Bro, what the fuck is Biden? Biden is actually pretty fucking incoherent right now.
And they tried to arrest him when they crossed state line.
Thank you.
Many young women
What?
murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which frankly they didn't. But they would have, everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it.
They're not
brought
helping.
back. And many
He's
presidents
decimating
had
Joe
tried
right
to
now.
get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
This face is so wild.
Which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making that
You're right. Fucking the founding fathers would have told the woman to shut the fuck up. It's a decision for between the husband and the doctor. Like what? Like they were misogynistic as fuck. Like what do you mean, bro?
And even after birth, because some states
It'd have been like, you're killing babies? Like who let women fucking vote, first of all? like what? Like come on, dude.
Then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to
Ooh,
say rip
gonna make the baby
out of the
comfortable.
womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are
Who let
not
non-landowners vote, right?
Period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51
I think he's been like
years,
excommunicated
and it's
basically.
because this guy put
I mean, not like
conservative
officially,
members
but
on the
like
Supreme Court.
the Pope
He takes
doesn't
credit
like
for taking it
recognize him.
away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do? In fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security.
Oh, they're cutting him off so that he can't fucking answer and say what he would or wouldn't do. So there you go. CNN immediately like cut his mic and talked over him so that he couldn't say whether or not he would sign that bill.
Security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
And then they're going to Biden again.
To get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we find ourselves in a
No, the
situation
people
where
you appointed endorsed you. Like literally, like polls show that all of the Border Patrol are against you. Texas had to bring in the fucking National Guard to fight you, and you were fighting to keep the border open with Border Patrol agents. What the fuck are you talking about, you lying sack of shit?
Now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally.
Yes, Shrek. They have a very left-wing bias.
Continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look.
I don't think he knows what he said either.
All he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now. All terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president.
I won't say that, but I said it.
But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have
They
the worst
endorsed me
border
for
in history.
president,
There's
but, you know,
never
I
been
won't
anything
say
like
that.
it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in
Thank you, President
caravans.
Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, under his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in his administration, killed three American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data.
Well, it depends on how you define terrorist, but, you know, sure.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration,
It's kind of a subjective
you said that you're
assessment.
Going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed three people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the two greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a
Hundreds of
nest.
thousands
They're
is
killing
an
our
extreme
people in New York,
exaggeration,
in
but okay.
California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border.
Like, that's just a
And
lie.
because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our
I call it
citizens at a
Biden
level that
migrant
we've never
crime.
seen before. And you're reading it like these three.
Just in case you guys missed which one we're watching, this is it.
Days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now.
Bro.
He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, or we have to get them out fast because they're going to.
Dude, I mean, he's let like 3 or 4% of the entire United States population come across the southern border.
In New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the
It's
street. They're
insane.
dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all, and he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so
I
many
think he
people
did it
at
because
our
I
border by
approved it,
allowing
which is
all of these
crazy.
people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where
His group? What does that even mean?
My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits. Came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke about
Most people love veterans. Like as stupid as it is, they're like they're homeless veterans on the street. They love that shit.
And he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
What?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in
Failing,
commercials.
like many of these
Notified him.
magazines.
We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia
Came from his son,
disinformation.
Hunter.
He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
Four-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one.
Period.
And number two,
Number one.
the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president.
Long lines of what?
American history. And they now are in their family. The
Saying
only sacred
for you
obligation
lying,
we have
dude.
as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
Dude, if you think the VA is good, just go to one.
Policy. I want to
Like
begin with Russia's
no
war
police will stop you.
against Ukraine,
Just
which
go.
is now in its third
Just
year.
go to a VA hospital near you and look at those people and look at the faces that because I've been to VA, I have VA healthcare. Right? Like just go and look at the people with missing limbs with severe depression written on their fucking face that are there for 14 hours so that they can get antibiotics because they have a cold and the system sucks so bad.
They can't stand him.
Like just
They
go
think he's the
and
worst
you'll know that
commander in
exactly
chief
what
of
socialized medicine looks like.
that we've ever had.
It's
They can't
bad.
stand him. So let's get that straight.
And that's not Biden or Trump's fault. That's just what socialized healthcare is.
Bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, a president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin
Afghanistan was pretty rough, man. That pullout was bad.
He should have fired those generals like I fired the one that you mentioned. And so he's got no love lost. But he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine. Never. Just like Israel.
That's a bold claim, but I don't know.
Invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world.
You had no terror at all during my administration. I don't know about all that, bro.
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president, they attacked. He said
he did nothing about it. Are you saying you would have fucking attacked Iran?
When the attack took place, number one. Number two,
what would you have done?
100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where if you take
you're going to act like the Afghanistan pullout wasn't a huge failure?
This guy told Trump, do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish. Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I never said that.
For 1 minute, I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine?
No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him.
Zelensky's the greatest salesman ever.
The money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what
Okay,
he wants.
Putin's evil.
And then you think
Cool.
he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's...
We kind of already has Belarus, but...
If in fact he does what he says and
Just
walks
saying.
away. And by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the
That's
Middle
such a
East.
weak
In
argument, bro.
October, Hamas attacked
No, we're
Israel,
giving them weapons
killing
now,
more than 1,000
you know.
people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian
All right, Israel Palestine,
crisis
let's
in
see.
Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza.
Money printer, go burr.
So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel
His looks
to end
are
the war?
wild.
You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the
Security
Israeli
Council.
Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. Which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas. Number one, they're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard.
No, I feel like Israel's pretty happy with the war.
What's happened in Israel? We're finding the only thing I've
Like Likud and and the right wing factions are pretty happy with that. I'm not like I think you're kind of full of shit on that.
Providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them.
They need that to maintain their power base. They need the threat of Hamas.
The world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer.
We saved Israel?
Anyone in the world. And so there are 2 different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts.
Israel doesn't need saving right now, dude.
To how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden.
Like they're doing a good job of fucking bombing people all on their own.
Weakened Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any. They were going out of business. We were spending almost 100%.
I don't like that at all.
Paid by us.
Trying to strong arm Europe into funding more war, like we could not. But I mean,
to put up the money.
It's better than fucking us paying for it. Like,
it has a bigger impact on them because of.
I'd rather our president strong arm Europe into paying shit than fucking tax us to pay for it.
And Hamas.
I guess I don't fucking know. Like, it's just like, if we could not war, that'd be the better option.
Actually,
you know,
Israel is the one.
Is that
And
too
you
much
should
to
let him
ask
go
for?
and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian. But they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
He's like a Palestinian, but he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. Are you going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out.
You stay in NATO?
The idea
Huh?
that we have.
How you going to stay in NATO?
In our alliances
Huh?
as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe? What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because
tariffs never work out, bro. Stupid.
Billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this. I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question.
Do you think Trump will be consistent and be okay with protests about Palestine, given some of the other Republican candidates weren't okay with them?
States at that time, nations at that
Yeah,
time.
I don't think he gives a fuck about Palestinian protests.
And you know what happened?
He might make fun of them when they're like, the Chaz on some university, but I don't see him going full fash on that.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day,
January 6th, after you rallied them,
constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th.
I don't think too many believe
on
that.
January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world.
We did not have the lowest regulations ever. Lower than when you took office, sure.
And we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be
just avoiding the January 6th thing and just being like, this is stupid, and then talking about the things that matter is smart here.
You have 80 seconds left.
It was coached
The question
well.
was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say. But she's saying,
documentary filmmaker,
it's my
they say.
responsibility. I was responsible for this because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor in writing turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could
Sorry about that, Derek.
feel it too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
She can't be very happy with her daughter.
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up on Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office.
To protest.
For 3 hours watching, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something.
No, he tweeted out immediately, and then fucking Twitter took it down,
and great patrons,
telling people to fucking be peaceful immediately.
He says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court, and they said no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing, and these people should be in jail, and they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that there could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden.
There's going to be a bloodbath? He's talking about economics, you dipshit.
People that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there, with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that. They saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing. The Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed
They did
all
delete
of the
a lot of
information.
shit.
They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people...
I still think January 6th was based. I don't know what to tell you.
When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time around, I said...
I can't go into details as to why, but, you know,
he said, no, I'll
I'm
tell
on
him to
YouTube.
stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? We denounce the people we're talking about now? We denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you
denounce him?
minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would quote,
August Leo, shut up.
every right to go after.
It's low audio because I'm trying to avoid fucking CNN's promise that they'll take down streams. It's low audio on purpose. Because CNN. Blame CNN, not me.
What it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about
my retribution is going to be success.
His son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo.
That's quid pro quo.
We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor having to do with his son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged. And
well, then turn the volume up, August.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said...
Come on, dude.
Right to you, sir. You want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two,
dude, you're on camera.
The idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president.
He literally just said my retribution will be success, you dumb fuck.
Spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still...
You accused him of it, and he said my thing is going to be success. The country's going to be great. He's going, how dare you say that?
For molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having...
Dude, that whole...
on the night while your wife was pregnant. I mean, what are you
Okay,
talking
bro.
about?
The
You're
fucking
rules of analysis.
molesting a woman. That woman's story came from an episode of Law and Order.
Number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people. And
I'm sorry,
both
August.
the civil and
I don't know what to do.
He basically went after.
I could turn it up, but it's just going to peak the gain and make it sound bad.
Going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it.
When they found out about these cases, my poll numbers went up.
Than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy America.
It is not silent.
Do you believe
it hits the yellow on OBS, all right? Like, calm down a little bit.
President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you heard any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any president say that
I'm a secret
ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods.
Charlottesville wasn't his fucking fault. You're lying.
And singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said,
the lady that said that he sexually assaulted that Trump sexually assaulted her at like a department store in New York.
What American president?
Thank you, sorority, for letting people know Rumble's back.
Torches singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas. We're fine people. And this is a guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense.
Dude, he just keeps taking like random media quotes that are bullshit.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on this. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency, he's without question, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made
Abraham Lincoln was the worst president in our country's history.
Debunked all over the place. Every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other day it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
Yeah, he keeps talking about the Charlottesville. He didn't run. It's a lie.
All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest.
He literally says, the full quote is, there's very fine people on both sides, not the white supremacists and the neo-Nazis. We should, what do you say? We should something them, like denounce them or something. Totally. And then says, but the regular protesters. Yeah, even Snopes had to debunk it.
40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him.
Because of Trump derangement syndrome bullshit like you're saying.
Biden, we're going to be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
All right, we got a commercial break. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Stacy, you're amazing. You're amazing. It's hilarious how it's going to lag and then like it's going to get loud here in a minute. Let me see where the audio comes through. I don't know where it comes through because like, yep. Show some respect. He's the president. Well, they're both president, technically. One's just a former president. Yeah, I mean, so far, Donald Trump is just destroying Biden. I thought Biden would be more coherent, to be honest with you. Like, I thought Biden was going to be hopped up enough and focused enough. But, like, apart from the stuttering, you know, like I think that, like, these, like, believe it or not, as dumb as it is, I think that these, like, appeals to media narratives that are bullshit, it's a play to his base. Like, I don't think it actually hurts him as much as it would us, because, like, you know, we know how ridiculous and stupid it is. And people will just believe it, and they'll be like, oh, I heard those things. So it will rile up the people that hate Donald Trump, as much as it's, like, not like a thing, you know what I mean? Like, as much as it's just dumb. But at the same time, good Lord, the stuttering and, like, the faces he's making. Like, I thought he would be more coherent. I thought he was going to be hopped up on some Adderall, you know, living his best life and kind of be strong, like he was at the last State of the Union address, right? Like, he did very well there. Like, you could tell that he was good to go. He was ready. What's going on right now is he's just has no idea what's going on. Shrek Eyes, usually there are rules against it, but it doesn't mean that they don't just violate those rules all the time. And on top of that, I would bet $100. Casimir Freedom. You know, Casimir, I think that he was. I think that. So you heard one of the guys said this, and this is one of the few things I agree with CBS on. He has to get the Nikki Haley Republicans, which is like such an oxymoron. But like the people that Trump has to win in this debate, has to win over, are the people with, like, he has to be presidential. It's like it's the Mitt Romney voter, like neocon conservatives that, like, are, you know, like, I don't know if I can do that. Like the center leaning conservatives that think that, you know, there needs to be respect on this. Like, he has to win over, like, the boomer Gen X people. And so, like, because he already has the wildfire MAGA Republicans. Like, he doesn't need to strengthen. I mean, yes, he does need to strengthen that base, but that's not enough to win him an election. The people he's trying to go after, I think he was heavily coached. You need to be somewhat respectful. You need to, like, keep it presidential. You need to keep it calm. You know, sneak in a few blows, but don't go overboard, right? I think he was coached to be, like, to try and sound presidential again. And I think that's why he's doing it this way. And I do think it probably behooves him in terms of a strategy, because, like, the MAGA types, the populist types, they kind of already have him, right? And, like, anybody that is even leaning left, they're going to vote Biden, you know, either begrudgingly or they're just not going to vote. And if he angers them too much by, like, saying bullshit, like, that might actually just inspire them more to vote for Biden. So I think his goal is to be presidential, to be calm, to be relaxed, etc. All right, we're back.
You both faced in your first terms, and you'd certainly face again in a second term. President Biden, while black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, black families still earn far less.
He's trying to convince the fucking Republican, the rhinos, Republicans and name only neocons that, like, sometimes vote Democrat.
Are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three,
the labor participation rate is still down to pre-COVID levels. Like, him talking about econ, he just doesn't understand what the hell he's talking about. It's like unemployment's low because the labor participation rate is low. People have just gone on welfare, and they've gone on Social Security early, right? Like, Social Security is boomed up. Why? Because people decided to retire because the job market was horrible.
Incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation,
Facts, Derek Johnson.
I was able to reduce black child care costs. I cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for child care costs. We've got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But
more people to be in the job market. It's almost like the labor participation rate is a bigger issue than the unemployment rate.
What do you say to black voters who are disappointed?
And inflation doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if you have a job if the fucking costs are going up and your paycheck isn't.
For example, I provided for the idea that any black family first-time home buyer should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home. So
yeah, that's smart. Repeat some of the problems of early going into 2009 that HUD did that helped foster a housing crisis while we're underproducing housing right now. That's a brilliant idea, is just give reparations to black people to buy houses because of their skin color. Just institute racist economic policies that make the housing market worse. That can't have any backfiring. Fucking idiot.
A whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right. It's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled.
Like, just the way Trump said groceries, like, I don't think Biden could say that word right now. Like, I don't think he could properly pronounce groceries or groceries, depending on which accent you want to use. That word has too many S's in it and would fuck him up. Like, that's where Biden's cognition is at right now. There's no way he could say that word.
On the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs.
Dude, he keeps hitting him on immigration. It's the number 2 issue right now.
19 and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs.
They're taking black jobs.
But you're going to see something that's
zinger.
The worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
There was no inflation.
Not like black people own the jobs, but that's a smart fucking punch.
Back. 15% unemployment. He decimated the economy. Absolutely decimated the economy. That's why.
Yeah, we should just make
at the time
NINA laws illegal.
We provided
Like, you want to fix the housing market? Allow people to build skyscrapers in fucking suburbs. I don't care.
Health insurance. We have
fuck your backyard. It's not your property.
$1,000 per person.
That's how you solve the housing crisis, period. Let people build apartment buildings wherever the fuck they want to build apartment buildings.
He wants to get rid of the ACA again, and they're going to try again if they win. You find ourselves in a position where the idea that
you have people in California that have been holding on to properties for years that can't do anything with the property because of the amount of millions of dollars and fucking red tape that keeps them from just turning fucking... I don't know why I said Nina. But you know what I meant. Thank you.
He caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023.
The climate crisis. Oh, God. No, it's not a persistent challenge. If you're not talking about AMP grazing, I don't want to listen to you. If you're not talking about carbon capture in soil from adaptive multipaddock grazing,
Former President Trump,
then you're not serious.
Your opponent's climate initiative.
That's it, period.
Will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group. And what he's done to the
rent control is not really that big of an issue. Like, rent control is horrible, Silver Ogre, but I think it's like it's something like less than 3% of properties in America. Like, yes, it is a problem in the most urban areas, and like we could solve a lot of issues by getting rid of rent control laws. I don't disagree, but people harp on rent control like it's like a major factor in the housing market, and like overall in America, it's just not. It is in places like New York, where something like 40% of properties are rent controlled, but like in most places, it's like it's just not a major contributing factor to the housing market.
Opportunity zones, and the biggest beneficiary are blacks, and that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever the best numbers. He's lost.
Yeah, Hotep, that's pretty much it, right? So, like, you have to look at the labor participation rate, including unemployment, right? And it's like if you bring in 7 million immigrants and they're all, 16 to, 35-year-old adult men that get jobs, then, like, the unemployment rate looks good. It looks like it's doing fine. And single, when married moms get a job because they can't afford to, on one income anymore, that boosts unemployment, because before they weren't looking for a job, now they're in the job market looking for a job and they get a job, right? So it's like unemployment isn't really a great metric unless you're also looking at the labor participation rate and you're also looking at wages in comparison to inflation. But even then, the CPI is like really rough. It also tends to paint a worse picture than it actually is. But nowadays it looks like the numbers are cooked.
The idea that anything he said is true. I've passed the most extensive
Some fool told me unemployment was counted wrong because people not seeking jobs weren't counted. That's true, Stacey Pastry. That fool is correct. Like, if you're not seeking a job, you're not counted as unemployed. You drop out of the labor market, and therefore you're not considered. That's why the labor participation rate is what you have to look at as well. If you stop looking for a job, then you get pulled out, so you're not considered unemployed because you're not looking for a job. That's why you have to look at the labor participation rate, which was like before COVID was like 66 and is still like 62 or something. So like 4% of people have just dropped out of the job market completely and are on welfare and food stamps or Social Security, etc. And like they just gave up.
I immediately joined it because if we
Common Accord was such a dumb fucking deal. No, it's like so stupid. It's just a way to ship jobs overseas to places that don't fucking follow their own climate accord.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones who was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have
Stacey Pastry, I don't disagree that counting retired people and stay-at-home spouses is retarded, but like when you have stay-at-home spouses that all of a sudden decide to go get a job because inflation is so bad that their husband can't provide for their family anymore, then what ends up happening is they get counted in the job seekers because they got a job, and now unemployment goes down because of the people seeking a job. There are jobs available, but if those jobs aren't paying well, or people drop out of the job market, like that's bad. So you have to look at both unemployment and the labor participation rate. Because the labor participation rate should be going up because our birth rates are down, right? So if our birth rates are down, we should have more old people retiring, right? And less young people entering the job market. So, and when we have immigrants coming in, obviously that changes things. But like, but when you have immigrants coming in, a massive amount of them, that like changes that aspect. So that labor participation rate, when you have 7.2 million immigrants come in, should be way higher. The fact that it's lower is that's how many people have dropped out of the job market, more than the growth should be. It should be going in the opposite direction, but that's how bad things are.
Every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company cannot have to pay. Thank you. And by the way,
so every day, millions
of
Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans,
dude, can't even finish the sentence.
Provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific?
Yeah, no, that's a lie. People talking about people getting counted multiple times in the unemployment thing, that's not true. I mean, it might be true in some surveys and studies that are done poorly, but like the ones the Federal Reserve do, they're not counting people that are working multiple jobs as like and to cover other things.
The idea that they're going to, I'm proposing that everybody, they pay the millionaires.
Jesus Christ, dude.
1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
So you still have 82 seconds
That's
left.
not going to fix Social Security, dude. Like, making rich people pay more isn't going to do shit for fucking Social Security. Like, it's a bloated system.
But the biggest thing I'll do if we defeat this man, because he wants to get
77% of our fucking budget, federal budget, is welfare, which includes Social Security and interest on the debt. Like, it is destroying us.
The program put forward by the House Republican caucus that I believe supports is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And
We have to end Social Security.
You're in a circus.
Like, I'm not saying that like the people that have paid in stop get it, but like we have to stop. We have to have we have to phase out Social Security at the very least, and have young people stop paying in because they won't qualify.
In fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing,
And it's going to hurt.
We're in a situation where
The longer you kick the can down the road, the more it's going to hurt.
Black communities, I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year.
More free money. Like, I raised the money for Pell Grants. Cool. More free money for college kids getting shitty degrees like gender studies, women's studies. If you had a good college degree, you could get loans from the banks for that degree. If you had if you just deregulated the education market, you could have people go to a bank and say, "Hey, look, I have a 4.0. Here's the degree I want. It's an engineering degree. Will you pay?" And the bank would be more than happy to take that bet. Pell Grants just fund shitty, stupid degrees that don't pay, so that people can stay in debt.
The losers and suckers
Well,
that he made
the
up.
Pell Grants don't, but you know what I mean.
It's a disgrace.
Because the Pell Grants is just free money, so the rest of us are fucking taxed.
Because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really coming back.
Not giving housing to veterans is not doing something bad to veterans, right? Like, it's like, that's stupid.
I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because
19 people said that it was bullshit and that it didn't happen. He fired the guy that lied.
Number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation.
I would fire a general that was lying about me to the media and leaking shit to the media, saying that I was saying things because he had Trump derangement syndrome. If I was Trump too, what idiot wouldn't do that?
Fastest growing economy in the world. The reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way,
he's not appealing to veterans so much as he's appealing to like the neocons, the rhino neocon fucking people. That's who he needs to win tonight. He doesn't need to worry about the populists and the MAGA tards and any of them. He needs to worry about getting the rhino people that only support the Republican Party because they're tough on crime and they don't let Russia do nothing. We ain't taking no shit from Russia.
Which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't.
I would say that.
He never fired.
I mean, like,
I've never seen him fire anybody.
Rhino's a weird thing because the Republican parties doesn't have like those ideals shift, but they're not conservatives. Rhinos aren't conservatives, and neocons I think are fake conservatives.
I didn't put him. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country.
Dude, you didn't answer the question at all, dude.
Fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire
18 million is not the amount of people that have come in, for the record.
Joe,
18 million
our
is the amount of
country
people
is
that have
being
crossed the border.
destroyed As you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time.
The
on
number
this
of people
debate.
that are in the
This should
country
be a
from
debate.
that border is
He's
like
the worst
somewhere between
president.
4
You
to
just said
8
about me
million,
because I said it.
which is still
Look,
retarded
he's the
amount of
worst
people in
president
4
the
years,
history of
but
our
still.
country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance.
Yeah,
not even
Silver
a
Ogre, pretty
chance
much, yeah.
Of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We are the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak.
When he says finest military in the world, is he talking about the Navy and how fine they look?
That we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up or go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians. They've had
I wasn't lying.
voted.
I don't know the
He was
number.
The worst president in American history. One through best.
All right,
to
buddy.
worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history.
A bunch of
That's
leftist
fact.
academics
That's
agree
not-
with me
that's not conjecture.
that he was a
They can
bad
argue they're
president.
wrong, but that's
Cool,
what
bro.
they- The idea that he is not doing anything to deal
I'm
with
so
it.
glad you got a bunch of fucking lefty PhD woke people to say that Trump's a bad president. Like that's your argument? Is an appeal to an authority of college professors?
And we should
What?
to have
What?
President
It's
Trump,
such a
question was
dumb
about
fucking
what
argument.
would you do to make child care more affordable if you want to take your minute?
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you. And they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be
I love
the
how they're
best.
both
I
just
think
having
I'll
a
be the best.
popularity contest with
Nobody's
like their
ever
preferred polls.
created an economy like us.
Shut the
Nobody
fuck
ever
up,
cut
both of you.
taxes like us.
You both look like
He's
whiny
everyone I
baby
know. He wants
bitches
to
right
raise
now.
your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes.
At least
by 4
Biden's
times. He
smiling
wants the
now.
Trump
Like he's
tax
just
cuts
like,
to expire.
this is so dumb.
everybody,
That's the
including
face he
the two
should
of
be
you, are gonna
having.
pay 4 to
Is
5
like
times.
laughing this off
Nobody
like
ever
what
heard
he's
of this
saying is
before.
dumb.
All my
Not
life
this
I'd grow up and I'd see politicians
shit he had the
talking about
first
cutting
hour.
taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said,
He needs a
we did
fucking
more
debate
business
coach on
after
how to
all
look.
These companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about. He's increased the tariff. He will increase the taxes on middle class people. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything
Doesn't matter if you don't
country,
raise
no economics
taxes
said,
if you
it's
fucking
gonna cost you
destroy other
everything
sectors of the economy.
$2,500
Okay.
a year more. Because of
Also,
the
you have raised taxes.
in food. And
You just
all
haven't raised the income tax.
Number two, he's in a situation.
what are you
where
talking about?
He talks about how he has not raised. He's somehow helped.
If grocery bill is $100, and then under your presidency the grocery bill is $200, and there's a 4% sales tax, guess what? You doubled the taxes I had to pay at the grocery
We
store.
have the largest deficit of any.
That's a
president in
tax
American
increase.
history. Number one. Number two, you have not. In
Just
fact,
because you didn't change the needle
contact
doesn't like that's not how
any
taxes work.
Progress with China.
Like if you can't bring down prices because you're doing all kinds of shit to inflate the economy, you're raising taxes because more of their money has to go because it's percentage based on products.
You have made a top priority in your first term the opioid crisis, and for both of you, the number of
It's weird that that Biden is picking up pace.
Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the
The
efforts
drugs
that
finally
both of you
kick in?
have
Like, what
made,
happened?
More than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my
He gets
tariffs
paid by
because
China.
We bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come.
Bro,
But he
did you
hasn't
hear
got
someone
back.
just drink water?
He hasn't cut the tariffs because
Like
he
Jake
can't, because
Tapper's
it's too
mic
much
was
money.
on,
But he's
and he
got the
just like
largest
swallowed a
deficit
big ass
for the
glass of
history
water and
of
just
our country. And he's
like,
got the
who
worst-
did that?
the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep
Come on,
allowing
man.
them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment?
Yes, the question.
We were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot
This
it.
fucking
We did a
stupid
lot,
ass
and
equipment
we
and
were
like
getting
drugs
very
coming.
low
You're not going
numbers,
to stop
very,
drugs
very
coming
low
across
numbers.
the border.
Then he came along. The numbers,
People don't
have
get
you
addicted
seen
to
the
drugs
numbers
because of
now?
the availability
It's
of
not only
drugs.
18 million
People get addicted to
that I
drugs
believe
because their
is low,
circumstances
because
in their
the
life are so
Galloway's, I don't
horrible
even talk
that
about
they fucking
Galloway's.
become addicted
But the
because
numbers
they
of
need coping
the
mechanisms.
amount of drugs and
The
human
reason
trafficking
you were doing
in
well is
women
because the economy was doing
coming
well.
across
And the
our
reason
border.
that stopped
The
during
worst
COVID
thing
is because
I've ever
people
seen.
fucking couldn't go to work
Numbers that
and they were
nobody's ever seen
and
under
bills
hit
were
because the
coming in
border's
and
so
inflation
bad.
was hitting.
But the number of drugs coming across our border now is
Like
the
the
largest
southern
we've ever had
border
by far.
drug thing is so
President Trump, thank you,
stupid.
President Biden.
That border has always been open to
and
drugs.
byproducts fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border.
Spending a
And
bunch of
when we
money
had
trying to
that deal
catch the
done,
fentanyl coming across the
he
border
went
is
and called
stupid.
his Republican colleague said, "Don't
You're
do
never
it.
going to get rid of
It's
it.
gonna
Both of
hurt
you guys are idiots on this.
No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill.
It's a
We
horrible
need those
bill.
Machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
The drug
Thank
war
you,
has
President
failed,
Biden.
and you're both
President Trump,
idiots.
and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, this does pertain to it. He ended Remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico. And
I mean, I understand why they're both
It's
doing
just like
this,
when you
but
have a
because
hostage,
it's
you
not
always pay
popular to say the
$6
truth.
billion
But the
for
truth
a
is
every time
simple.
we say it's a hostage. Now we have a
You're never going to
hostage, the Wall
stop
Street
drugs
Journal
coming across the
reported.
southern border.
I
Or the
think
northern
it's
border,
now,
mind you.
And he's over there because
Acting like
he's
drugs
laughing
don't
at this guy,
come through the
probably
Canadian
asking for
border is
billions of
hilarious.
dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly. As soon as I take
August Leo
office,
is
before I take office, I
shadow
said,
banned on Twitter,
by
so you need to click
as soon as I
live
win the
chat instead of
election,
top
I
chat
will have that
because
reporter out. He should have
he's
had him out a
probably
long
said too
time
many
ago.
naughty things
But
on
Putin's
YouTube,
probably
so they
asking for
hide him
billions
in
and billions of
chats.
dollars because this guy pays it every time.
But
We
what's
have
on
two cases
screen
where he paid
is showing
$6
all
billion
chats.
for 5 people.
That's why
I
you
got
can see it.
58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first
I don't know
of
that it's the
all,
toughest
I
job in the world, but it's a tough one. I'll give you that.
Being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that this
3 years younger and a lot less competent is a good line. I'll give Biden that.
As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment.
Billions.
In enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people.
I feel like Alaskan crab fisherman, is probably a harder job than being president, but, whatever. What do I know?
And we lost it because he was sending people to to find the cheapest jobs overseas and then bring home a profit.
Hey, you fucking dumb fuck. Your bill to bring in fucking chip manufacturing plant is going to cost over $250,000 as of right now per job. It's going to cost us more money than the jobs it creates. You can spend our tax-paying dollars and say you're creating jobs, but that doesn't mean that you're not losing something else in the economy. You destroyed the economy by taking all of that money from its most valued means and placing it into creating good jobs here in America so that we can be independent. There's no reason that Korea can't manufacture this shit. Even if Taiwan had some crazy thing happen, like Samsung's got us. Israel makes chips. Fucking Germany has chip foundries. We're good. We didn't need you to waste billions of dollars to bring in jobs that are going to cost more money than they
We're the
pay.
most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us. All of our allies.
Everybody trusts us? Dude, you were just literally just gaslighting the American public.
Kim Jong-un, we sent love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't.
Kim Jong-un, you sent love letters to?
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow
He
up,
crossed
you
the
would be
DMZ. Like, you got to give him respect
at
on
the end
that.
of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards.
He challenged me to a golf match. You can't hit a ball 50 yards. He's so New Yorker sometimes.
Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced him. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy.
Trump didn't. Stacey Pastry. He never took the paycheck.
And one of them said they've never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what you're. Anyway, just take a look.
Anyway.
Take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6.
That's the nicest fucking.
By the way,
dude, they're fucking talking about golf and shit, and he's calling him fat. I'm loving this. And he's so bad at it. Anyway.
He's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Yeah.
But I have, you know how many?
I know you swing.
Let's
not act like children.
The two of them devolving into this fucking golf shit is hilarious.
That voters have about you.
The fucking liberal fucking stupid media had to be like, can we get back on topic? Fucking idiots.
The results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable.
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that
Thunderdome, the presidential candidates.
Many cases were ushered in by the police, and as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment.
Be at one of my many places enjoying myself.
Because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation.
That goes hard.
We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad.
His
military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there.
Hotep stories. It's important to note that Biden did great with the black vote, okay? Now, Trump won more of the black vote than any Republican before everywhere in the country, except for Fulton County, Georgia, and in, disputed, and Maricopa County, and in Pennsylvania, and in Detroit, Michigan, except for those cities where he somehow got over 100% of the black vote magically in Detroit, Michigan. Like Trump did terribly with the black vote in those areas. But if you look everywhere else in the country, except for those places that were swing counties in the swing states that he lost, where hundreds of thousands of votes come in at 3-4 o'clock in the morning, he didn't do very well in those places with the black vote. But other than those places, he won the black vote better than any Republican ever. Weird how that happens.
Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it.
He knew not to do it.
He knew that.
He's not going to play games with me.
He knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia. Because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000
I'm trying to find
years
the picture you're talking
because
about.
Of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked.
What the fuck?
President Trump, the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
This one?
If it's a fair and legal
This one?
election, absolutely.
Somebody needs to take this picture and turn it into like a campaign thing.
But the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictment,
in a nice location
no
someplace.
Opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner.
Yeah, we'll see.
You lost the first time. You continued. You appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what.
Bro, that is so wild to just say that there's not any evidence. You know what I mean? Like if you disagree or whatever, but like the propaganda spin that there's no evidence. Like when we saw motherfuckers on video, like CC. Let me fucking mute this. We saw the CCTV footage after they said that there was a water pipe burst. And then we saw them just fucking force all of the people that are supposed to be watching out of the room. And then we saw them pull fucking boxes from underneath shit and just start counting those votes. And they're like, no, those were normal. That would, like that, just because they came from a different place, like that's been debunked. It's like, what do you mean? Like no evidence is so wild. They did a whole thing in Arizona, did an entire, like, what was it, like cyber ninjas or whatever. And like, you could see the massive spike in mail fraud. And you could see like where they had like digitally put certification on ballots that like were chopped up because they clearly weren't real. Now, what percentage that was that enough to actually swing the election? Is it true that just, some of these came in and like, yeah, some of them were obviously fraudulent, but there wasn't enough to swing those elections? Maybe it really did happen that mail-in ballots got a lot of people that normally wouldn't have voted to vote because, they were too lazy to go to the polls, but because mail-in was so easy, they went ahead and did mail-in, and so many, Trump was telling people not to use mail-in ballots and to go in person, and so there was like election counting issues and slowdowns that lowered his votes, and there was a higher uptick of like mail-in votes. Like, sure, you could make that argument that he would have won without any fraud whatsoever, but to act like there's zero evidence whatsoever when we know that it's spiked and we know that there was tons of fraud, we just don't know how much it was and whether or not that was enough to actually like do anything is just pure propaganda. It's pure propaganda and lies. Kari Lake is still fighting that. I mean, it depends on which election you're talking about, the ones that Kari Lake is pushing. But don't worry, her political opponent who won was in charge of whether or not there was any voter fraud, and she investigated it herself and found nothing. So, that's normal. No signature. I mean, like, what was his name? Steven Crowder, as much as I don't really like him for a multitude of reasons, like he did those investigations where he just showed people, it was like, here's the address they voted from. And it's like, it's an address that doesn't exist, or like an abandoned house, right? And it's like, there's always voter fraud in every election. It is impossible to get rid of voter fraud, right? Like it's not possible to get rid of all voter fraud. The question is how much it is and whether or not it's enough to swing an election. Like that's the question. And that's always the question. And usually voter fraud, to our best of our knowledge, is pretty fucking low. But I mean, to act like there's no evidence of that and that there wasn't all kinds of issues from getting rid of and then on top of that, I don't remember if it was New York Times, I can't remember, maybe it was the New Yorker, I can't remember. They came out and said that they fortified the election, that they intentionally changed rules that made voter fraud easier to favor President Biden, and they bragged about it and they called it fortifying the election, and act like none of that is like they didn't openly say that they helped, that they went through plans, that they worked with a bunch of rhinos and Democrats to change the laws and to change the rules so that they could get more things working in Biden's favor is wild to me.
To deliver their closing statement,
all right, we're back.
As predetermined by a coin toss. We're going to begin with you, President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience, or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes, and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case.
There's no such thing as fair taxes.
This guy
taxes are theft.
Increased your taxes because of the deficit. Number one, he's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic, and he finds himself in a position where he now wants.
Shrek has no comment on YouTube.
A 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America.
Yeah, the tariff thing is a terrible idea, by the way.
Get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to negotiate drug prices.
God damn, dude. Get it out.
Guess what? You
spit it out.
You got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior. All
That's not how that works, dipshit. When you reduce the amount of money that someone makes, in a business that sells multiple things, they increase costs elsewhere. Healthcare costs are continually rise. You can't say we made a law that made it illegal for you to charge more than this on this specific medication, and then all medication prices go up, and then go, we saved $160 billion. Like that's just not how that works.
Thank you, President Biden.
It's just a
President
lie.
Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah.
Yeah, if you cook the books a little bit.
Again,
there are lies, damn lies, and then there's statistics.
He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like. Even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia.
Right to try was really good. I'll give Trump that.
Trying to get when you're terminally ill.
Right to try was just a straight win for libertarian philosophy.
They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible. Choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves
wow, sorry, I didn't know that.
And take care of themselves, and they're living.
Hell yeah.
That's why I had the highest approval rating in
sorry,
the
I had to go through that.
VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump.
Banger of a closer
Biden,
compared to
stay
Biden,
with
who
us because
stumbled
we
through
have
his whole.
full analysis of this debate. Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett starts now on CNN.
Okay, I'm closing it out. I don't want to hear fucking CNN.
And so the first president
try to fucking, or CBS or any of them try to fucking stumble their way through fact checking. That's just going to be straight up lies. Hell yeah. Well, that was the presidential debate. That was, I don't know. That was interesting. I expected Biden to be more coherent, and he weirdly got more coherent as time went on. It's so obvious why he refused to take the drug test. Like, it is beyond obvious, because clearly he was on uppers and they kicked in at a certain point. Like, his drug cocktail was not working. It's so obvious. Like, can we just change medical patent laws? Like, I know we can't just free market healthcare tomorrow, but like lessen the time to like 8 years. Yeah, I mean, so the real problem with, obviously the problem is IP in general, but like looking at it from a functional perspective, if you wanted to say that IP was good, right? Devil's advocate here. The real thing is, yeah, Silver Ogre, exactly. So when you look at things like insulin, for example, what they'll do is they'll reformulate it and you get a slightly better one. And then they put that patent on that new reformulation. And it's like, you can still use the old one, but a lot of times insurance won't pay for the old one. So what ends up happening is you have insurance companies that kind of work with what's going on. And then on top of that, the real killer is actually not the insurance companies, and it's not the producers of medication, the pharmaceutical companies. The people who really drive up costs of healthcare in this country are the pharmacy care managers. The pharmacy care managers utilize a corrupt system to destroy local and mom and pop pharmacies. And insurance companies work with the FBI and the DOJ, et cetera. I don't know why I said FBI. They work with the DOJ and the DOH, etc., to make it to where what they'll do is they'll charge inordinate fees. The insurance companies will, in order to be profitable with the pharmacy care managers. And so these small mom and pop places, because they're not covered, have to pay this, have to charge these really high fees. And then what they'll do is they'll then go to the DOH or the DOJ and be like, hey, look at these people, they're price gouging. And then what they'll do is they'll refuse to pay them once they get a bulk shipment, millions and millions of dollars. And they'll drive them out of business. And then the pharmacy care managers will come in and offer to buy these companies so that they can get out from under this debt and all these fraudulent police investigations and all of these lawyers' fees and all these things, and then monopolize these. So they use the power of the state to destroy local pharmacies and keep increasing the drug costs while pretending that these people were the ones that were price gouging in the first place. And so they also, because they determine who is and isn't covered in insurance and things like that, these are the people that really are able to kind of like grab and the reins and kind of control, what these healthcare costs are. And what Biden did with insulin is he forcibly lowered the price of insulin. And the thing is that if I have to make a profit, well, then what I do is I will simply increase the prices of the rest of my drugs. So you have these long IPs that last on drugs. You have these constant reformulations. You have pharmacy care managers that basically force you to purchase if you want them covered by insurance, the newer formulations that are continuously coming out. And so you have medication that has basically been figured out and formulated for over 100 years, and people are forced to go on the slightly better medication. It is better. It is more accurate. It does come with less symptoms. But you have all these rising healthcare costs. And so he's forcibly put it down and saying, oh, look, I saved $160 billion. It's like, but that's not how you measure that, right? Like you can't measure how much you lowered the price of one item and then hold all other things being equal when all other things being equal isn't true. Like that's just not how economics works, right? Like if I'm Walmart, if I'm a hot dog stand, right, and I charge $1 for hot dogs, and I charge $1.50 for hot dogs with ketchup and mustard and pickles and onions, and then someone comes in and makes a law that lowers the price of ketchup, right? So so that ketchup has to artificially be cheaper, and like the companies that Heinz also sells mustard. So they're going to make mustard more expensive. And Heinz also sells relish. So they're going to make relish more expensive. And Heinz also sells packets of chopped onions. So they're going to make those more expensive. And what's going to happen is he's going to come in and say, I lowered the price of ketchup. Isn't it so much cheaper? Look how much money I saved by artificially lowering the price of ketchup. But at the end of the day, the hot dog's still $1, and the hot dog with ketchup, mustard, onions, and relish is still $1.50. The price of nothing changed because the artificially low price of ketchup was just passed on by raising the price of mustard and relish and onions. Except they're still going to lose some money from people who only buy ketchup, and they're going to gain some money from people who only buy mustard. But because ketchup's the most popular thing, right, they're going to lose money a little bit. So what's actually going to happen is hot dogs are going to be $1, and hot dogs with mustard, ketchup, relish, and onion are going to be $1.75. And prices are going to increase because you moved things from their most valued ends and artificially changed the economy, which lowers economic growth and lowers, just basically it destabilizes everything with the economics. And so because of this, what you're actually going to do is you're just going to cause inflation. So that's what he did, is he came in and he fucked up the system, didn't actually change anything. He just created a price ceiling. It's no different than rent control. That's all he did, is he just instituted rent control, but for insulin, and called it a victory, and then cooks the books, because that's how most economic measurements are done, and then calls that a victory. Like he fucked up the market. Then a gray market forms? Yeah, sometimes a gray market does form, but probably not for ketchup. Or insulin, to be fair. What is the alternative to property rights? When it comes to libertarianism, I struggle on the aspect of property, and does it exist? I'm not sure exactly what your question is asking. I mean, the alternative to property rights is a lack of property rights. So a lack of property rights just means law of the jungle. Right? Like it you know what I mean? Like you could say there's 100 different like what we have is an alternative to property rights because we lack property rights in America. Right? You know what I mean? So like I guess you'd have to, I guess I'm not quite understanding the question. What would making homemade ketchup then be gray market kind of? Yeah, maybe. So do you think Trump's VP pick will be? I'm if I had to guess, I have no idea. I don't know these things. You know what I mean? Like I'm not very good with these guesses. If he was smart, he'd pick Vivek Ramaswamy. That's what I would do if I was Trump. If he's smart, he'll pick someone that's been in his corner, that is really fucking good with the media, that does great in speeches and on the internet and shit, right? That can really bolster him, that can pick up for it, because sometimes Trump's not the sharpest drawer and he doesn't give the best responses, whereas Vivek is fucking a dog, right? Like Vivek is just a dog. And then on top of that, it would help bolster his like anti-racist perspective, right? Because like, I mean, Vivek is an Indian. I'm not sure if he's Hindu or not. I don't remember his religious affiliation. And also Vivek is well connected, right? Vivek went to Harvard. Vivek's father was a patent lawyer for General Motors. His mother was a doctor that came to be like a research and work in universities, right? Like, so Vivek is a spoiled rich kid of a patent lawyer from like a wealthy Brahmin family, first generation immigrant. So he's connected with the right people. He probably has, he worked, we can't, because of non-disclosure agreements, we don't know, but he worked in Wall Street in hedge funds, right? So Vivek is probably going to be pretty good at getting money for Trump, getting money for the campaign, getting the connections, smoothing things out, and he's a dog on the media. I think Vivek Ramaswamy is probably his best pick. Is it who he's going to pick? I don't know. Trump has an ego, and sometimes he listens to bad advice, right? Like Trump is very famous for picking the wrong people, putting the wrong people in his corner, and getting really bad advice. But if he has any fucking brains, he'll pick Vivek Ramaswamy. Like, there's just no reason to pick anybody else. He's the natural choice. He has everything you could possibly want. He's not a woman, but he is an Indian American, right? And he's, like I said, he's well connected with the right people. He can get money. He's great in terms of interviews. Like, I would never be worried that Vivek is going to say something dumb that like becomes an October surprise and trashes the campaign, right? And Vivek's been out there long enough to be vetted. The only thing that might stop him from picking Vivek is his ego. Either bad advice from family that aren't smart enough to pick Vivek, or his ego getting in the way because he doesn't want like Vivek to outshine him. But Vivek has been very careful to be fairly pro-Trump throughout his entire presidential run. It's pretty obvious that Vivek wasn't running for president. He was running for his VP spot, right? I don't think Vivek thought he was going to win against Trump. I thought he thought his best chance was to shine and protect Trump in some ways and be his VP pick. And he's just the natural choice. I think anybody else that he picks is probably just a dumb choice. Did I miss any questions? Only one thing stopping him from picking Vivek is siding with the author and Sixth House Unmourned. Is this fucking Oblivion something? Is it possible to imagine the candidates for 2028? Bro, I have no idea. Well, it can't be Biden, right? So it's like, I mean, like, it's like the Democrats are going to have to come up with someone, and they didn't have anybody really that they could go. I mean, is crazy as it sounds, who do I think will be in 2028 for the Democrats? Probably Gavin Newsom. I think Gavin Newsom is, yeah. Oh, yeah, Justin's thinking the same thing. I think he's going to be a big star in the Democrat Party. As dumb as that is, as horribly as he failed during COVID, and as much as he has ruined California, Democrats love him. And he has charisma. I'll give him that. For not the charisma that like is important for like life, but the kind of charisma that works with within politics. Why the hell did the Democrats go with Biden again? Because when a president is in their lane, when a president already has 4 years under their belt, it is 99% of the time they just run again. And that's true of the Republicans or the Democrats because they have the incumbency advantage. It's very, very difficult to have someone other than the current president run. Am I doing a call-in? Not particularly, but if you want to hop in, we can chat for a minute. Let me. Actually, you're in my Discord. Just hop in. Hey, what the hell? Hold on, my Discord. 1 second. Let me just hop in the Discord. Actually, hold on. Now I have to hop out. And let me see if I can give you. Will you say something in general in the Discord so I can DM it to you real quick? And if that's okay. Republicans have 0 people after Trump's third term. Yeah, hold on. All right, and then let me do this real quick. Look at you guys. Look at the inception. Oh, hold on. I gotta do this real quick. Hold on. Let's go to logic capture. That works. We'll cut my camera on. Pop that out real quick. It's just quicker to do it this way. And then click. I wonder if this will work. I'm just testing something out. I don't know if I can do that. If not, you can just join a different voice channel and I'll drag you in. I'm wondering if like a direct link will get you there. I've never tried it that way. You say that DeSantis is too right-wing for Trump? Trump is more moderate on LGBTQ stuff. I don't know that it's so much that he's like too right-wing, so much as he was too aggressive. Like I feel like there's bad blood between them, and like Trump has too much of an ego. Did that work or no? If not, you can just hop into a different one and I'll drag you in. Oh yeah, Biden got crushed, but I mean, like he was gonna get crushed anyways. Like this wasn't like this was his debate to lose. Like right, like all he had to do was be like fairly coherent, and he would be fine. And I don't know if he fumbled enough to lose any votes. Blaze right. You there? High bar for Biden. Biden is so done. Yeah, I just don't think it matters to most people. You know what I mean? Like I just just go into any VC and I'll just drag you in, buddy. I didn't know if a direct link would work, but it apparently it doesn't. Just hop in like discussions and debates and I'll drag you in. There you are.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Heck yeah. Yeah, I can hear you. So what'd you think?
I'm gonna be honest with you. Not really looking good for Biden at all. It's not really looking good for him at all.
Why is your camera black?
I'm trying to turn on. Let's see if this works. Yeah,
There
okay,
you go. There you go.
But yeah,
I mean, like, I don't really. I'm not really that surprised, right? Like, I don't. So, like, the thing is that, like, if you were pro Biden, you probably don't care about gaffes at this point, right? Like if you're a Biden voter and you're someone that voted for him in the last election, him slipping up and stuttering doesn't really matter, right? Like, so I mean, like, I'm sure there's some very small percentage of the population that like was looking to see how they both performed. And I think it really comes down to how Trump performed as opposed to how Biden performed. And I think Trump did remarkably well in like appearing calm, presidential, dominating the conversation, right? Forcing things. He simply just didn't answer the questions half the time because he didn't care. And
Right.
I'm very surprised that CNN was so recalcitrant to mute him. I thought they were going to mute him more and like force him on topic more. But it seemed like he was, I think they were worried that like, I don't know what they were worried about. But to be fair, for the most part, it was pretty fair, moderating and pretty fair questions. Like, I don't feel like they hit him with crazy shit. I mean, they gave him this, like the stuff we expected, the January 6th and, you left office with 8 trillion in the deficit and you left office with 4. You know what I mean? Like, it was biased, but it wasn't like over the top biased. It was just, typical media bias. And they kind of let him do his thing for the most part, and he dominated.
right. Is there any way to turn your volume up because you kind of quiet?
I have no idea what the fuck is going on. For some reason, I've tried so many settings. You're just gonna have to cut me up manually, and I'll cut you down a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
I have no idea what's going on. Like my virtual audio cable is peaking into the red, and then when I'm on OBS or when I'm on like Discord or something, everyone says my audio is quiet, and I have no idea how to fix it.
Have you tried going to your settings in the sound system and try to turn it from there?
Yeah.
Oh.
If I go to sound, it's all the way up. Yeah, but it's like, I don't know. I mean, the mic should be fine. I mean, I can cut it up, but it gets gainy.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel that. But yeah, to answer your question, yeah. I mean, was it biased? But from a CNN, it didn't really show they full-fledged bias. I mean, I would say they tried to keep it fair because with the ratings that's going on with CNN right now, because they even said themselves, and I seen it on the 10 poll video, that CNN even admitted themselves that their ratings are plummeting really bad. So I'm guessing that they are trying to be more fair and not trying to seem like they are just trying to dog on Trump, because if they did that during this first debate especially since we about to start July, they had did that, then everybody would have called them out for being biased. Because remember when that whole Chris Wallace thing and that whole debate that went on, Chris Wallace was mainly favoring Biden. But I will say, I mean, we was all expecting the whole January 6th question and all that, and there was, even in my live stream with some of the shit that Joe Biden was saying, I had to fact checked him on a whole bunch of things. Actually, I think I fact checked him like 8 to 9 times about the whole good people on both sides thing. Where he was.
That's total bullshit. Even Snopes fucking undid that. Like, it's hilarious. Yeah, I do think you're probably right about that. Like, CNN got famous for 2 reasons in the late 80s and early 90s, right? Number one was that they were the first to really stress the 24-hour news cycle, right? Like when most people had like a nightly news segment and the rest of the day was like standard sitcom television, CNN was like, cut me on and it'll always be news. And that allowed them to be put in doctors' offices and airports and so many other places because they were just constantly just giving you updates on the news. And the other thing that they were famous for, at least in the beginning, was this unbiased news coverage, right? They weren't seen for a very long time as left-wing or right-wing. They were seen as just giving you the facts. And they tried to lean into the sensationalism, and I don't think it works. And I think at least in the presidential debates, they're trying to come off very, very neutral. So maybe they were a bit recalcitrant to go too hard. I think you're probably right.
Yeah, because the fact that the questions was down the middle for some of them, not all. I think the one question that they didn't really answer was about the whole opioid and the fentanyl thing. Like neither one of them actually answered that question. Trump did a whole stay in Mexico policy and all that stuff, but as far as how to actually control it, he didn't really give out like no legitimate answer. But the one thing that I did say on my live stream is that people who were so anti-Trump back in 2019 and 2020, they are now, a lot of them, even at my job, a lot of people are not really in the politics, but a lot of people that I'm talking to about money issues, a lot of them do say, we want Trump back because under Trump, he was making more money because of the tax cuts. With the whole progressives and what some of these socialists and Marxists say about, if we just decrease taxes, the high class would just get more richer. But they really believe that the middle class is paying the majority of the taxes, and without a tax cut, everybody would just be getting less money because of the rich, like the whole eat the rich, everything.
Yeah.
Like that.
So I mean, the biggest mistake that Trump made with the Trump tax cuts is that he wanted them to be more effective, and I'll explain. More effective tax cuts are less politically popular. And the reason more effective tax cuts are less politically popular is when you do a tax cut, you can do one of two things, right? Number one, you can reduce the taxes that come out of your paycheck each week. And number two, you can increase credits that are only counted when you file your taxes, right? So the problem with what Trump did is it worked better, obviously, for the economy, but it's what's known as the submerged state, which is sometimes there are things that are complicated or convoluted, and so you don't actually necessarily see them. You don't notice them. So when you get $15 more on every single weekly paycheck, you don't really notice that tax cut that much, right? But that's $60 a month. That's $660 a year, right? And so $660 a year is great. But what people notice is when you add a new tax credit that can only be applied come tax season, and they get a paycheck for $660. They go, woo, tax season, I got a bunch of money. These tax cuts were great. But they don't notice the incremental $15 difference. So it's very easy for the media to lie about the Trump tax cut. And a lot of people convince themselves that their taxes weren't cut and that it was only for the rich because they don't sit down with a fucking calculator and compare the year before to the year now, especially when they get into it, especially because when you talk about the bottom quintile of the economy, so that's like the bottom 20%, right? People go, oh, these people stay here, like this percentage of Americans there. The overwhelming majority of people in the bottom quintile of the economy are just young people. Like what you don't realize is that when you look at the bottom 20%, it's 19-year-olds that are in college that work a minimum wage job. They're also in the bottom quintile of the economy, despite the fact that they come from a middle class, and despite the fact that they're going to get a career where they make, close to six figures or 60 grand or something. They're going to move into the middle class. But at that snapshot in their life, when you're in your teens and in your early 20s, you don't make anything in money and you struggle. Everybody does, unless they come from very wealthy families that like pay their rent for them and shit, right? Or give them a job immediately where they're making good money. Most people from the middle class struggle. And so when you have this kind of tax cut that benefits people, but it's hard to see, a lot of those people were gaslit by the media into thinking that they didn't get a tax cut when they absolutely did. And the thing is that that's really important to understanding the fentanyl thing. It's something I wish Trump would have said. The reason fentanyl overdoses and heroin overdose and opioid, in general, overdoses were low is because the economy was good. That's why. When the economy is good, people aren't struggling. They don't lose their wife. They don't lose the house. They don't lose their job. They don't go through deep depression that causes them to turn to drugs and become addicted to drugs. It wasn't some fucking increase of the border. I mean, he openly stated before that the border was its most secure during COVID. And yet, that's when the most fentanyl overdoses were occurring. Why? Because people didn't have jobs. Because people weren't sure of what the future was. Because people were in quarantine and then they got divorced or they broke up. Like people hit hard times during COVID and then they turn to drugs and then they overdose. It's like, drug overdoses are directly connected to the state of the economy, at least correlationally speaking, because the reason people overdose on drugs is because shit's not going right in their life. And when the economy does well, that's why overdoses were so low. It wasn't some new law, some new machine like Biden was talking about that's going to stop fentanyl coming across the border. That's hilarious. Like these cartels aren't going to figure out how to get around that the next fucking day. Like they're not, like, you're never stopping this shit, right?
Yeah.
Like the only way to reduce those deaths is to increase the economy. Well, it's not the only way, but it's the best way.
Yeah, and I'm not giving Trump a pass over that either, because was there a point in time where he probably thought he had no choice? Yes, but was the best option to close the economy? No. And everybody who 2 years later, now they finally admit it, whether it be from the Wall Street Journal, the Associated Press, they are now admitting that closing the country was the worst idea that was ever proposed, from Fauci to Trump. And Trump pretty much saying, yeah, we got to close the country down to try to slow the spread for about 2 weeks, but them 2 weeks ended up becoming like 6 months to 2 years. And this is the main problem that I have with a whole this is the main problem what I have with a whole bunch of Republicans, right? They act like, it never happened under Trump, but Trump had no choice to do it. Oh, he did have a choice. Was he listening to Fauci? Yes, and I'm glad that Rand Paul, the only Republican that's not chicken shit, is actually calling out Fauci for his pretty much authoritarianism, or if you could call it state socialism that he was proposing. But the fact that people on the right are mainly just giving Trump a pass over that because, the whole pandemic thing, I'm not letting Republicans get away with that at all. Especially, I'm not letting them get away with the shutdowns, the bump stock ban.
I feel the bump stock ban. So here's what I feel. I'll handle those two things. I'll start with the bump stock ban. It's very simple. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know if Trump did the bump stock ban thing because he believed in it. I think it's mostly he wanted to give the rabid dogs of the left something that was basically useless, because the bump stock ban really didn't do anything. I mean, like, is it bad to push the needle? Yes. Is it bad philosophically? Yes. But from a consequentialist perspective, right? I think the reason he did that is because he knew it wouldn't make any fucking difference. Nobody's like trying to buy bump stocks for any purpose other than for fun or for mass shootings, I guess. But even then, they can be made very easily, right? Like it's a nothing. It doesn't really do anything. Philosophically, very bad. And I think the more important thing is when he was talking about red flag laws, and he kind of gave like a tacit support for red flag laws. That is way more egregious than the bump stock ban. But I do agree with you, he shouldn't have been about it, and I don't think they should let him get away with it. But it's more a philosophical thing than it is anything else. As for COVID lockdowns, look, I think he fucked up in a lot of ways. I also think that he was under impeachment during it, and the left was rabid fucking crazy. And I think he talked to his advisors, and like they were like, dude, if you try and stop these lockdowns with the federal government, like you're gonna go to prison for the rest of your life. So he was like, let the states do it, and he did his little talk and dance, and his dumbass always keeps stupid people around him, and he just goes like, oh, they're great, they're the greatest, right? So I think I think he's poor choice keeping Fauci, I should say, and going with that, and he certainly made a lot of mistakes. But I do think Republicans go a little bit too hard in not recognizing probably wasn't much else he could have done in that situation. And on top of that, it's not like he actually did anything authoritarian there. He just set out guidelines and told the states to deal with it. And people are like, well, Ron DeSantis, you know, we didn't have a lockdown, and that's why Trump's evil. And it's like, pause. Well, if you didn't have a lockdown there, doesn't that mean that your governor was the one that was in charge of lockdowns? Like, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Either Trump was an authoritarian that locked down the country and like stopped the governors from doing it, or it was the governors who were simply listening to recommendations that they did or didn't have to follow, and they had the vested authority under all of those things. It's like Trump didn't lock down the fucking country. Governors did. And that's why there was only 2 weeks of slow spread in Florida, and then they opened the beaches back up, and the media and everybody freaked out at Ron. But, like, if anybody had the balls that Ron had, you absolutely could have done that. It ain't fucking Trump's fault that the country was locked down. It's his fault that there was bad guidelines and that he wasn't more forceful in getting good doctors and good advice and good people. But like, and like, it's his fault for not reining in the CDC more. But at the end of the day, and like getting more accurate science by having good people, there's a lot of things he could have done right. But the idea that like Trump was like really responsible for the lockdowns is like this thing that right wingers are coming at that like really doesn't. It sounds like bullshit. Like, go after the CARES Act. Go after the trillions of dollars he put on the budget, which helps support these lockdowns and helps support Democrats being able to maintain this shit. But even then, he probably would have just gotten vetoed anyways, because there was so much hysteria that, like, even if he would have vetoed those bills, they probably would have gotten passed without him. But he didn't have to sign them, and I don't think he should have.
But speaking of on that impeachment, the impeachment thing that you said earlier, is the fact that they even brought that thing up is like we all know the evidence that it was actually Joe Biden, because that actually did that firing of that one prosecutor. I think his name was what was it, Victor Shokin, the one person that they tried to get Trump over about paying off people in Ukraine, all that stuff. Which now they're apparently supporting Ukraine, but back then they wanted to impeach Trump on it. But you know, that same thing that they impeached Trump on, Joe Biden actually admitted on stage, sitting down with talking to I think it was some college kids, college students or something like that. But the fact that they are still bringing that up.
Yeah, there's video of him saying it, and he was like, and I told him, you either get rid of him or you're not getting the money. And they were like, you're the vice president, you can't do that. And he's like, call the president up, see if I'm serious. Like, he brags about it and then acts like he didn't quid pro quo that. I mean, so the argument that has to make is that it was a bad prosecutor, which by the way it was, but it's like, the thing is that these countries they're just corrupt, right? Like you pick one corruption over the other corruption. It's like, do I agree with Russia's invasion of Ukraine? Absolutely not. But it's not like there wasn't all kinds of provocations from Ukraine and the American government involved in this as well.
My main thing is it's not our problem. Like, we should not be sending all these taxes over there to Ukraine, and Zelensky is taking freaking photo shots and not actually using any of that tax money.
Trump said he was the greatest salesman ever. I was like, that's such a good line. he's like every time he comes over here, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. I'm not knocking it. He's like he respects. That is something that is so New York Wall Street about Trump. He's like, I respect the grift. You know what I mean? It's like nobody else says that shit. It's like he's very New Yorker in some of his things. It's hard to hate Trump. As much as I hate Trump, it's hard to, because he's certainly charismatic, and he was definitely on point tonight. He was very good. He gave an excellent performance, and whoever coached him very well, because he was assertive. He was and the way he performed perfectly. Like, could he have done a better job? Absolutely. I don't think Trump is the greatest debater, but he certainly did well tonight.
Right. My main issue is it's, I don't know who is actually pushing Joe Biden, because I've said this 4 years ago when I first started up my YouTube channel, and I was actually more on the political side than actually talk right now where I'm at, talk about gaming and also political stuff. Like I said back then, the fact that they are pushing Joe Biden right now as they are, even though they know he is mentally not there at all, it's the fact that it's full-fledged elderly abuse, and people who still go on with this like, oh, at least, you know, he may not be all the way there, but at least he'll be a better person than Trump. This mainly comes from white liberals and white progressives, you know. And the fact that he tried to say like his polls with the black voters is better than what it was before is a bold-faced freaking lie. Because back in 2020 when the election I mean, we all know Trump got 12% of the vote, the biggest vote that any Republican has gotten from the black vote in a long time. But the fact
Well,
that
he
Joe
won
Biden,
the black vote with the exception of Maricopa County and Fulton County and Detroit, Michigan, and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Except for those places where votes came in at 4:00 in the morning, he crushed the black vote. In those places, you know, Biden won 99.8% of the black vote magically. I don't know what was so special about those places, but you know,
yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, he still polls better with blacks than than Mitt Romney did, or or George Bush did, right?
Yeah.
Like I mean,
because Trump actually went to talk to some black celebrities like Ice Cube, and which even to this day Ice Cube hasn't said anything if he actually talked to the Biden administration, which I'm pretty sure he didn't.
Mhm.
But the fact that he's continuously losing the black vote and more black people are going to Trump just goes to show how bad a performance is. And there was also something in that in debate earlier. I think it was in the first 20 minutes where Joe Biden, I don't know if it's me, but I'm pretty sure he compared the Roe v. Wade thing to the civil rights era, where
I couldn't understand what he was saying. He was stumbling in the first like half hour. It's like they gave him his drug cocktail too late or something. I don't know what happened, but like he was not there at the beginning of the debate. Like towards the middle of the debate, after that first commercial break, he was good. Like he was, because like if you notice his facial expressions, right? In the first half of that debate, he constantly was doing these two faces. He was doing this face right here. You see this right here? This one.
Yeah, he was doing this.
Right? And then the second half of the debate, he was smiling. He was smiling and like laughing off, like that was the face he should have had, right? Like a smile, like what is this jokester talking about? Like I'm not taking this guy seriously. But he looked confused and like gone and like he wasn't there, and his answers were there. And then all of a sudden he got crisper. He got more. He was able to speak, with more coherence, less stumbling. It was very strange. It literally, like when you watch it, it literally looks like he's taken Adderall right before it, and and he's mentally not there, and then it starts to kick in over time.
Hey, listen, I'm not gonna rag on Joe Biden for stuttering, because I stutter. Like I stutter live. If you actually watch my videos, I do stutter live.
No,
but
fuck
the fact
that. No, fuck that. Rag on.
But he.
You're supposed to be the leader of the free fucking world. You're supposed to be a strong and powerful communicator, right? Like. At the end of the day, if you're representing America, I don't want you fucking stuttering when we're talking to Putin. Okay? You need to look like you fucking mean your shit. And part of that is having the charisma and having, speak softly, speak strongly, carry a big stick. You know what I mean? Like you gotta walk in there like Dwight D. Eisenhower showing your dick to every intern. You know what I mean? Like you don't need, obviously you don't need to sexually harass women. I'm joking, but I'm just saying that you can't be a bitch. You can't be bitch made and come off like you don't know where you're at and you're not confident in what you're saying if you're gonna be the fucking president of the United States. Like I agree with you that like for a normal person, it's not cool to make fun of them stuttering. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't actually affect the quality of what they're saying. But for the president, fuck that.
No, I'm not. Listen.
I'm sorry, LBJ. You're right.
I say, hey yo, if you want to make fun of me, go and make fun of me. Hey yo, it's a joke at the end of the day, because I don't really care. But it's the fact that I know that the fact that he's not mentally there, and they still want to push him overseas, go to other countries, have talks with other world leaders and all that stuff.
Motherfuckers like wandering off at photo ops, like, and his wife has to be like, "Come back, Joe."
Yeah, what happened? What was it? The World Summit where he was talking to the other
yeah,
leaders,
and they're there for like a photo op and shit, and he just like wanders off, and the media was carrying water for him, being like, there was another paratrooper right there, and he was just looking to greet him, like it's perfectly normal. It's like, you're not wrong that there was another guy there, but you're not supposed to get distracted in the middle of a fucking photo op and forget that like you're supposed to be facing a serious, like he's just not there. He's like an old doddering fool. It is elder abuse.
And the fact that because I did hear Trump did say that he wanted to do a third party candidate. I'm guessing most likely a libertarian. Again, Chase Oliver, just Jesus fucking Christ. But it's the fact that Joe Biden also said that he didn't want a he didn't want a third party candidate there. Like, you know, people would probably say RFK. I mean, yeah, Robert Kennedy Jr. But some people would say Chase Oliver, the Libertarian Party. It's the fact that he just wanted Trump there because, again, this old two-party system, they keep on pushing continuously. It's just gonna keep going and on and on and on until the Libertarian Party actually gets more serious and not have a person like Chase Oliver. Because I've seen the videos about you and how you feel about Chase Oliver and some of your tweets. He's like, you dead ass don't like the guy at all, and I can see.
No, I mean he's a lefty. He's
Yeah.
like he's stated that he's pro Antifa, that he is Antifa, right? Number one.
Yes.
Number two, he dogged Republicans, saying that they were freaking out about Drag Queen Story Hour, and even said that he wanted to find some good drag shows to take his little niece to, because there's nothing wrong with taking kids to drag queen shows. Yeah. He has, and he, you know, like, and he bought into COVID hysteria, and he was absolutely silent during all the shit that was going on in COVID until Texas wanted to institute legislation that would make it illegal for companies to disqualify candidates based off their vaccination status, which was like them trying to counteract at the time what they thought was going to be a ruling by OSHA, right? So they were trying to be like, no, fuck you, we're going to do the opposite. And he had the correct take then, which is that is authoritarian, and that like the state shouldn't be making laws telling people that they can't disqualify somebody on vaccination status, because that's a bad idea. And he has the right take, but he was silent during all of the shit. And then all of a sudden he's a libertarian magically when the things go against the COVID hysteria. And it was like, so those things alone, like he's a prag. And the thing is that like he's a libertarian in terms of his ideals. I'll give him that. Like 99% of the time what he says is the right thing. But he is philosophically subverted by this culture war because he doesn't understand the philosophy of leftism. He doesn't understand that these are generative themes. These are wars put in to destroy liberty and to cause it's agitation. It's Marxist praxis. And he doesn't get any of this shit. He doesn't know what Drag Queen Story Hour is. I guarantee you he's never read, critical drag theory. You can go look that up, as hilarious as it is, where researchers work with drag queens to put forward generative themes so that they can push queer theory and Marxist concepts to children at a young age. And they specifically say the design of Drag Queen Story Hour and the way that we do it is to push queer theory and to push critical democracy, etc. All of this massive leftist, it's cultural revolution done slowly, and an attempt to cause it. So like, yeah, I think, I spoke about this earlier in the stream. What Angela McArdle did, which was I think her greatest failure, was that she didn't support the stepping down of the LP candidate in Arizona when he endorsed Blake Masters. Now, we should have got something for it. I agree. But I think the greatest thing the LP can do is get 4 or 5% of the vote, work hard to get 4 or 5% of the vote, and then towards election day, drop out and endorse a candidate that is the most libertarian and demand a secession when they do so. Like what we ought to be doing is like not trying. It's a two-party system, just like you said. We're not going to win 33% of the vote, 40% of the vote. That's not going to happen anytime soon. But what we can do is go to a swing state and have a senator drop out and go and give a speech at a rally or an event saying, look, I'm dropping out, I endorse him. And the other person said, look, we had a sit down, we talked, and I'm going to support this bill. And on my first day of office, I'm going to put this bill forward as a senator, and I promise to never vote for tax increases. This is the promise that I made to such and such when he promised to endorse me. And you could do that with the Democrat or the Republican, and you make them come to us and realize that you either get the libertarians or you lose, because we represent the 1 or 2% that can swing an election.
Yeah, that's what I would say. When Angela brought for Trump during the Libertarian Convention, I thought that was a pretty smart move, because here we have a very popular candidate that's running for president. If he was getting on a good terms with the Libertarians, boom, right there, that could have been more votes coming your way.
You know what his two promises were, right? Trump?
I kind of missed it. What was it?
He had two promises. He said, make me the LP candidate, I'll do two things. Number one, I'll put a libertarian in a cabinet position in the White House. And he said, number 2, I'll commute Ross Ulbricht's sentence.
Mm-hmm.
The Silk Road founder, who's been in prison for over 20 years for building Silk Road.
Oh, wow. But
I mean, like, that's the type of shit we need to be doing. Like we're not, you know what I mean? Like, if we can get that with a dropout, why the fuck would we not take that deal? What, because we're petty and we're mad? No, fuck that, dude. If when election day comes, Chase Oliver should step down and endorse Trump, and then publicly, if Trump promises to do those 2 things, and get him on camera promising to do those 2 things, because that's a fucking win. It's better than just getting 3%, 2% of the vote, and then being like, cool, we got 2%. We don't get any ballot access because of that. We don't get anything for that. Like, get a win.
Yeah, but that's also the thing, though. Like, Trump is not. He says he knows about libertarianism, but I don't think he actually does know about libertarianism. He could be the candidate of the Libertarian Party all he wants, but if he continues to trust in people in the in that White House, you know the swamp people, if he continues like putting them on a pedestal, like, yo, I see your resume, I'm gonna go and hire you, but then things don't actually work out, then what's actually gonna do? He's just gonna keep on hiring the wrong people, and then be like, oh,
well, I mean, I think we could get a name.
Little
I think we could get a name. Like, I think instead of him saying a libertarian, we could get him to be like, look, I'll put, this person. We could get a name from him. Like, he could make an announcement saying that he's going to make Rand Paul, the fucking Secretary of HUD, or right, or something like that. You know what I mean? And like have someone that like we could agree to, or Thomas Massey, right? Like not like a hardcore ANCAP, but like a established politician that has been well respected by the Libertarians and is respected by the Republicans. Somebody like Rand Paul or Thomas Massey has clout both with the Libertarians and the Republicans. And if he promised to put like Thomas Massey in charge of HUD or something, you're not going to have $4,000 to every black home buyer and like racially based fucking loans that come from taxes, right? You're going to have deregulation of NIMBY. You're going to have deregulation of rent control. Like, you're going to have actual libertarian economic things that have positive impacts on the economy. Because if Thomas Massey was there, you're guaranteed that he would push out rent control, which would lower home prices, make people live in better areas, right? And you could guarantee you wouldn't have bullshit like that. Like, that's what we need.
Don't forget though, Thomas Massey went against a certain bill that Trump was about to approve because it had some kind of socialism in it. And then when it came out that, social media, when it came out that Thomas Massey went against that one bill that Trump was promoting, they went completely against them. So would the hardcore Trump voters really go for someone like Thomas Massey when he went against some bills that Trump proposed in the first place because he thought it was a good deal?
Here's how it's going to be. If Trump can deal with it, the MAGA Republicans will deal with it. 99% of them are going to forget his fucking name anyways because they don't know enough about politics to even care. You know what I mean? If Trump did a thing and said he promised to do Thomas Massey, the only people that are going to care are libertarians.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's you know what I mean? Like your average blue collar worker that, gets their news from Facebook isn't going to care that Thomas Massey 2 years ago went against Trump on one fucking bill. He's just not going to care.
Right. But what about because I've been hearing a whole bunch of things about Justin Amash as well. Do you think he'll be a good candidate if he actually?
Yeah, I mean, Justin Amash is another example of somebody that like Trump could appoint that people would like. Right. Justin Amash, Thomas Massey, Rand Paul. These are probably the big names that are well respected both with the Libertarians and the Republicans. Because there's plenty of good Libertarians he could pick, but if he has no name recognition with the Republicans, you know what I mean? I don't know that he'll want to do it.
Yeah, because that one shot that the Libertarian Party does have, they could have actually brought forward way more people into the Libertarian philosophy. But the fact that I get it. Trump said some things that the Libertarians fucking hate it. I get that. At the same time, you gotta like try to at least have some negotiations with the guy. Instead, like just downright booing him and just saying like he's trash or something like that. Like I get, and like Angela, what she did right there was a good plan. But some libertarians like Noel, was it, who said he wanted to be a candidate? Was it Noel?
I don't remember.
Yeah, because he said he wanted to be the libertarian candidate, and a lot of people said, especially the redheaded libertarians, she's like, no, she's not one of the guy as to be president.
Dude, I fucking hate. I can't stand redheaded libertarian, but luckily she's had me blocked on social media for so long. I don't even know what she says anymore. Just like Clint Russell, he's got me blocked and shit too.
Oh wait, no, my bad. It was Clint Russell. That's what it was. It was Clint Russell.
What was it, Clint? Yeah, Clint is not. Clint is. I mean, Clint, to be fair, Clint has a decent economic knowledge, but it's not. But he's. I don't know. I think Clint's a fucking grifter.
The grifter?
Yeah. I mean, Clint had me on his show one time, and that was to attack me. Like we were chilling and shit, and then he wanted to attack me because I talked shit about them having a fucking pedophile and a goddamn, a bunch of communists at their, anti-war rally. And I said, this is dumb. Like, don't ally with communists. I understand that you want to get more people at this rally and that, and you want to like bridge the gap. But every time we work with communists, it always bites us in the ass because they're not anti-war. They're anti-United States Western imperial power. Like their goals don't align with us. The commies love war. They just don't like America waging wars because they want fucking Russia or China or some revolutionary power somewhere else waging wars and winning wars. Like, don't ally with these people. And he was like giving me shit for going against the LP. Like we're all supposed to fucking grab our shield and hold the line. It's like, no, if I have critiques, I have fucking critiques. Like, I think it was a bad move. And like, that's why we have pictures of like fash flags, waving around from commies and shit. Like they had like Soviet imperial flags and shit there. And that's what the media ran with. And he was like, well, that was the very small minority. And I was like, yeah, that's what the media does. That's why you don't bring in poison pills. And the fact that it took them so long to get rid of that guy who, while married, was sexting a police officer who he thought was a teenage girl. Like, why was that guy, once you found that out, the moment you found that out, you should have been like, yeah, no, we don't want you here. And they were like, oh, but it was a psyop from the government and it wasn't even really a teenage girl. I don't fucking care.
No.
But yeah, and then Clint had read the dude's speech and was like, this is the speech he would have given. Isn't it good? Isn't this a great speech? I don't give a fuck about the dude's speech. I don't care that, and they're like, oh, the CIA went after him. It's like, you sound like crazy fucking commies. And so, he didn't like that. It left a bad taste in his mouth that I didn't hold the line with the rest of them. And the moment he started talking about Israel-Palestine, I lightly critiqued him. He just blocked me and was like done with me. And it's like, they're just gatekeepers. They're libertarians in name only because they're not real ANCAPs. They hold the ANCAP flag, but at the end of the day, they go to where the audience is, and where the audience is constitutional conservatism because it's a much larger audience than libertarians. Right, so they go and they speak to them and they talk about will of the people and they say things that are anti-libertarian. It's okay to be a minarchist with libertarian leanings. It's fine, but they get positions of authority and clout within the LP, and it's like you water down our philosophy. You water down what is important, and then they gatekeep and they keep their little fucking circle of repeat friends on Tim Pool and all these other places. And then these people aren't exposed to real libertarianism. Instead, they're exposed to fake ass libertarianism like Redhead Libertarian and Clint Russell. And Dave Smith, to be fair, is more libertarian, right? He's pretty fucking libertarian. He has some issues. But again, you see him leaning into that oh, anybody that says open borders, they're just a commie idiot. The will of the people matters. It's like he hasn't done his research and he doesn't back it up with libertarian thought and principles. It's just so I mean, I think the LP has really, really shit the bucket and fucked Michael Heiss running Michael Rectenwald instead of burying the hatchet with Joshua Smith ruined this election cycle. If he would have just buried the hatchet with Joshua Smith and endorsed Joshua Smith, we would have had a great libertarian candidate for president. Joshua Smith would have won. But instead, he got 8% of the vote, which was just enough to take votes away from Michael Rectenwald. And then when they kept running the election over and over again and stalling so that the conservative faction would go home, and then Mike Dermatt dropped out and endorsed Chase Oliver, which seems like it was a stab in the back. That's how we got Chase Oliver. The majority of the LP is not our Mises. The majority of the LP are right-leaning. They're not Chase Oliver, but they played the game. And Michael Heiss shit the bucket by constantly causing and fighting against Joshua Smith, while Chase Oliver got to run a campaign with basically nobody attacking him.
So basically, they did what Republicans did when they had a chance to actually get Ron Paul in that office. They completely just dropped the ball.
Yeah, they dropped the ball.
Right. I mean, here's the thing. It's not going to change, right? Unless we actually get more. Unless the actual Libertarian Party. Listen, I'm not affiliated with the Libertarian Party at all. I think there are some people there that actually agree. Like, I had that conversation with Shane Hazel. I don't know if you ever had talk with him or not, but it seemed like
I reached out to him, but he's never gotten to me.
Yeah, but when I had that
Shane
conversation, it's like I feel like he could have been a great candidate on what pertains to here in Georgia. It's like if they actually got people like that in there, where he's actually talk about more economics and more libertarianism, it's like it could have been a lot more better, because the fact that like the Republicans and the Democrats are not actually doing what they should be doing and actually making sure people are actually having more money in their pocket. They want to think about it from a what's the people going to think if we cut taxes for the middle class and the low class, so they can have more money in their pocket? Oh, they say they want to cut taxes and have the rich folks get more richer. Like, you guys know, like, taxes, if you cut taxes, if it's going to go across all the stems.
I think that was Trump's biggest failure in this debate, is that and I don't know if it's because he doesn't understand economics strong enough, and that might be the problem. But when he was talking about this tax cut, he should have stated that not only did he rightfully stated that it caused growth, and then it caused wages, and that was a tax cut for everyone. Good on all those things. But what he should have stated was Loeffner's curve. Like, he increased revenue by lowering taxes, right? Like, he should have stated we got more money in the federal budget because we lowered taxes. Because, like, people don't understand. It's like, let's say I have $1, right? And sales tax is 20%, right? And I want to buy 2 widgets that are, one is 50 cents and one is 40 cents, right? So I go to the counter and I buy a widget for 40 cents. And then he goes, okay, that'll be $4 and that'll be 56 cents. And you go, why is it 56 cents? Oh, well, it's a 20% tax, right? So 10% is so let's make it a 25% tax. I did the math wrong, but so it's for it to work out. So it's 25% tax. So I go, it's 4, right? And they go, okay, well, that'll be 50 cents, right? And then I want to buy the one that's 50 cents. And they go, okay, well, that'll be 25%. So that'll be 5, 10, 15. So that'll be 65 cents. I'm like, ooh, I only have 50 cents. And they go, sorry. Now, if we were, so what did the government get? Well, the government got 16 cents, they got 10 cents in taxes. And I am sitting here with 40 fucking cents that I can't do anything with. But if I lower the taxes down to 10%, right? Or let's say 15%, right? Well, the first widget is 45 cents and the second widget is like 56 cents, right? It'd have to be like 12.5 for it to work, but you get what I'm saying. What will happen is the government will get like 12 cents in tax revenue. I'll have no money left, but I won't be sitting on 40 cents. Instead, I'll have 2 widgets that I wanted, which means the company made more profit because they sold 2 widgets instead of 1 widget, right? They have like, 80 cents of my dollar, right? Or 92 cents of my dollar. And I have 2 widgets instead of 1 widget. And so it's like, sometimes when you reduce taxes, you allow for more economic transactions to occur. And because more economic transactions occur, and because growth can be exponential, it's not just, a one-sided growth. That growth leads to more, selling more widgets leads to growing my business, which leads to hiring more employees, which means I have to raise the wages for the employees because everybody has more employees. So therefore I have to raise wages in order to be competitive to get the employees, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What ends up happening is everybody has more money, including the government, because more wealth is created. But commies think that there's this fixed amount of income and that and there's no way to change that unless we tax the rich more and redistribute that income to the poor. And that's just not how taxes work. Like, all he had to do is say that, yes, the federal budget went up despite me decreasing taxes, because everyone was doing so well. They were buying things. They weren't hoarding their money. They were going out and spending Christmas gifts. They were shopping for their family. They were buying better, healthier food. They were, people had more jobs. People weren't getting laid off. And because of all of this growth in the economy, we actually made more money. The problem is he signed into legislation increases in spending as that the Republicans put forward. So we didn't actually get any deficit. We still had deficit spending despite the fact that we increased the money that was coming in.
Yeah. I mean, that, like I said, he actually did well here in this debate. Joe Biden, not really so much, because like I said, I'm pretty sure you might end up doing a follow-up video with this one, and or you might end up having another debate. But the fact that a lot of people are saying, like, yeah, Joe Biden took an L here because he's not all the way there. Some of Trump's policies was actually beneficiary to the middle and low class, and it's just a wild case where we at right now, where CNN is just trying to make it seem like that Joe Biden was doing a good job, because I think it was some one dude that was talking at the debate where he said, there's so many things about Trump that we got to fact check because he got it wrong. It's like, dude, like, no, most of the lies that came from was Joe Biden, right? But
I don't know. Trump said a lot of shit that was just straight up, like, he was very loose with some of his things. Like, for example, he said 18 million immigrants coming across the border, right? And then he made it seem like there was 18 million immigrants that are in America, when the actual number is somewhere between 4 to 8 million. That's still an astronomically high number, right? That's still like 2 to 3% of the entire U.S. population has been implanted here coming across the southern border. But 18 million is the number that crossed the border or went into some zone. Most of them were still sent back. And so it's like, you know what I mean? Like there was things that he was kind of loose with the facts on. But yes, absolutely, Biden was just saying shit that was just blatantly not true about, you know what I mean? Like that fucking general that said that he called them suckers and losers, and there was 19 different people that had came out and were like, no, he's lying. And it's like, if there was a disgruntled dude that hated Trump and had TDS, and they're like running like, or like the very fine people on both sides, like that shit is just blatantly
I'm not talking about the KKK or the white nationalists, because they should be condemned, right? Again, they completely just split that one down right there. Yeah, and it's just been proven numerous times that he wasn't condoning the white nationalists or the KKK that was going on during that time. It's like, they had to do everything in their power to get Trump out of office, because the whole Trump Republican doing things right for the economy. A Republican can't do right for the economy. And like I said, I'm a former conservative, not really Republican. I'm a former conservative, but the fact that even some people who are still hardcore leftists, they can't even say Joe Biden is doing bad. And where the hell is Kamala freaking Harris? I have not seen her in almost a goddamn year. It's the fact
that's because they know she's deeply unpopular. Nobody likes Kamala Harris, right? Like, Kamala Harris, when Kamala Harris was destroyed?
Where?
When Tulsi Gabbard destroyed her. She ain't ever fucking hit double digits in approval rating since. When Tulsi Gabbard called her out for imprisoning people past their sentence, right? And hiding, exonerating evidence against people so that she could use them for slave labor in California in fighting forest fires and shit. And when she laughed about sending single moms to jail and fining them for their kids being, truancy, right? For not going to school. Because because single moms can't handle their out of control kids. So she's just going to send the moms to jail and like, haha, that'll do it. When she called her out on that, like, that destroyed her. And it was so fucking effective that Google had to shut down her search results and her campaign website so that nobody during the debate could Google her and find her campaign website to donate money or to help her out. And that was a targeted effort by Google to ensure that Tulsi Gabbard didn't get the nomination. And yeah, I mean, and her approval ratings were so bad she was never seen from again. And then they just picked her because she's next in line. She plays with party politics, and they don't care what the people think. Especially if you can fortify elections, who cares?
Right. I mean, all in all, this whole debate was kind of like, I don't know, it was mad best, but it wasn't anything where, again, I'm still not going to be voting for any one of these guys unless Trump actually says promises like a policy that might actually has my interest. But
yeah, I had 3 conditions, and even then, I'm still not sold. But I might vote for Trump. These are my 3 conditions. Might vote. Number 1, he has to recant the tough on crime stuff that he put out like a year ago, where he was like, "We're going to go after these DAs." It's like, I'm fine with that, but he was talking about ramping up the drug war, and he was talking about more police funding so that we can bust down more trap houses and stuff. And it's like, literally just increasing that bullshit is. Like, go fuck yourself, number 1. Number 2, he's got to pick Vivek Ramaswamy as a VP candidate. Somebody that, or obviously someone better, but, he's got to pick someone that isn't a yes man pussy that has no libertarian leanings whatsoever. And number 3, he has to give me something. I don't know what it is, but something that will convince me in some way. And I don't know if this is even possible, but just, I need it. Something that will convince me that he's deeply sorry for the CARES Act. Like he has to explain that like he really fucked up by putting trillions of dollars in the debt by signing in all this COVID relief bullshit, and that was a great mistake. If he can admit that was a mistake and humble himself in that and pick a decent VP and recant his tough on crime shit, then I'll consider it.
Yeah, that's my thing that I did say in my last stream. If Trump would kind of let loose on that whole war on drugs thing, because Republicans think if you just stop the war on drugs, everybody would just go out here and just start buying crack and just getting high on crack and heroin and all that stuff. Like, no, because people are not just going to go out and do drugs. Like, it merely just be probably like weed that they'll be probably smoking. Like, I said it in my last stream, if they let loose on the war on drugs, or people like, hey, if you want to go buy weed legally, go buy weed legally. You won't get arrested for it. Just go about your day. I assure you, like, a lot of people would have voted for Trump right then and there, because the war on drugs is a huge issue that's been going on from both sides of the spectrum. If
he can't be too good on it, like, because of the failures of places like Portland, Oregon, right? Like, what they did is they decriminalized drugs, and they didn't change anything else about the legal system, right? And so the same traps that exist still exist, but they're like, oh, well, we made drugs legal, and it's like, and then a whole bunch of people went into a whole bunch of homeless people, because I mean, here's the thing, it's like osmosis, right? Like, you know, in terms of like the phosphobiolipid layer of our cells in our body, right? When our cell in our body needs water because the salinity is too high, it pulls water in. It actively pulls water into the cell, right? That is what happened with drug addicts in Portland, is that there were a lot of homeless transient people that were heroin addicts that were sick of getting arrested by police, that exist all across the United States of America, and, you know, exists in LA and shit. And once they knew that there was a place that they could go, a small isolated place where they wouldn't be as harassed by the cops, they went there. And so when they made it legal to, you know, do heroin and live on the streets, well, what ended up happening is a fuck ton of people from LA and Northern California and shit hopped on busked on their way on buses and fucking hopped on trains and moved into that area. And so what it looks like is this dismal failure that increased crime and increased all these problems. And that is true, but that's what happens when you legalize drugs in a very small pocket, and then everyone that is a drug addict moves into that pocket space. And so Republicans look at the data and go, crime went up, fucking homelessness went up, all these things happen, and that's what happens when you legalize drugs. And it's like, it's the nuance of like why that happened isn't something that you can easily explain, but that was bound to happen if you legalize drugs in a small area and you provide services in a small area. The surrounding area brings in all the drug addicts, and with that obviously comes homelessness and crime.
Right, but I was mainly saying about just weed though, because weed is not. I don't know how you feel about it, but I don't think it's like a serious issue where you should be getting like 10 to 15 years in jail for. But if he had just let me try to do my Trump voice. The people that are in jail for weed, we should let them out because they were just trying to just get high one day, and they just want to have a good time. We just gonna legalize that.
That'd be the worst way to say it, but I agree. The Pandora's box is already open with weed, right? Like, because the thing about the drug war is it never worked, but one of the major dampening factors is the culture around it, right? It's like, if you watch, there's an old video of Ron Paul on the Phil Donahue show where he's talking about marijuana, and people are like they're like, I have a children's book to stop kids from doing weed. Like, it is the most 90s shit you'll ever watch, and it's hilarious because they're like up in arms, and he's like I'm just talking about personal freedom. Like, he's trying to explain to them, and like they not a single and Phil Donahue's like he's smoking a cigarette on stage, by the way, smoking it, acting like he's smoking a joint. I'm gonna get high and crazy, and then the whole crowd is raucous at the insane idea of letting people smoke weed. And then he has this comment where he's like, look about you could lose a few pounds, but I'm not telling you what you can and can't eat. And then they lose their shit because he called a guy fat because he eats way too much and he's unhealthy, and it's like, these are poor life decisions. But then I remember I was in community college, and some like younger guys wanted to like go smoke weed or something, and I was like, all right, whatever, you know what I mean? Like, it was in between classes. We were in class. I was a little bit older because I had gotten out of the army or whatever, and like these were like young millennials. Maybe, I don't think they were Gen Z, but they might have been like the very beginning first Gen Zers to like reach adulthood, but like somewhere right in between that. And like, they were like, let's just go to the park and just like hop on a bench and smoke weed. And I was like, my brain was like ready to explode. I was like, that's crazy. Like, the cops are going to get you. What the fuck is wrong with you? And they're like, I'll get it if we get caught. Like, nobody cares. And even if we do, like, we'll get a bad ticket. Who cares? And like, it was in that moment that like I was like, oh wow, you guys didn't grow up with like Dare, and like, you know what I mean? Like, you guys didn't grow up with like McGruff Tough on Crime. Like it's just a completely different culture. You can't open Pandora's box. You can't put it back, right? Like weed legalization is inevitable at this point, and trying to fight it is just dumb, no matter what perspective you're coming from. It's just it's here to stay. It's a cornerstone of American culture. And for better or worse. I don't think it's good that people smoke weed. I think it's bad. I think being a pothead is morally wrong because it kills your motivation. It allows you to run away from your problems. It is a way to dull your senses so that you don't have to deal with the shit that you have going on in your life. And I don't think it's good for anybody. But that's your right. Like, go do you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm obviously a libertarian in that regard. I don't, like, if my daughter were to come home with a boyfriend who was a pothead, I'd have a problem with it, right? Like, that's not a good guy for my girl. You know what I mean? Like, and as far as I'm concerned, it's not a good guy for any girl. But it's just like, it's part of the culture, and it's just like many things. It's what you want to do with your body, and the damage of weed is so fucking minuscule that it's just dumb to even talk about it like it's this dangerous thing. So long as you're not fucking driving, I don't care.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. But yeah, I mean, we pretty much went over most of the things. You gonna be streaming for
no, I'm about to hop out of here.
Yeah, I'm probably finna hop into some Elder Ring in a bit.
There you go.
Yeah, but appreciate you letting me on last minute, man. I really do.
No, that's fine. You wanted to talk about it. It's not even like letting me on or whatever. We're just chit chatting, talking about bullshit. But
Yeah.
but yeah, let me get out of here.
I feel you, man. All right. Hope you enjoy your night, man. Hope everybody else who's enjoying the stream, man. Go ahead and give your man Scott like and subscribe and share.
Hell yeah. Same for what's your YouTube channel name exactly?
Blaze Right.
It's just Blaze Right with a W, guys.
Yeah.
All right, brother.
Yeah. All right, man. I'll hit you later.
Yeah, so before I get out of here, gold standard. I mean, guys, the gold standard is not coming back. It's not coming back. The gold standard libertarians, like, I understand that we should never have gotten off of the gold standard, but we're not going back to the gold standard. It's just not economically feasible. Like, we have way too, like, I mean, sure, we might one day after the economy collapses. After like inflation gets to hyperinflation and the US dollar is no longer the reserve currency of the world and for trading oil, and all of those trillions of dollars come back and we get hyperinflation, the economy collapses, then we can potentially have a currency on the gold standard, but like it's just not coming back. Gold isn't a bad standard. It's a good commodity. I think synthetic commodity currencies are probably where it's at. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just like the problem, like, we have like fiat is the currency, and that fiat currency is like, we don't even have fractional reserve banking technically anymore because the Fed doesn't set a fraction. They just set the rates of borrowing money, and like those fractions are like changed from day to day. So we don't even technically have fractional reserve banking. We have something worse. But I mean, like, we kind of have fractional reserve banking, and like, it's actually way more complicated than that because there's a ton of different banks. So it depends on the size of your bank and what kind of investments your bank are making. Depends upon like how much money you have to have, etc. There isn't enough gold in the universe at this point for all the world's debt. Yeah, like there isn't enough gold to back up our currency. What will likely occur is synthetic commodity currencies, which are, in my opinion, better. Right, so Bitcoin is technically a synthetic commodity currency. And what a synthetic commodity currency means is that there is an algorithm to the release, right? So for Bitcoin, for example, we know exactly how much Bitcoin will ever exist. There cannot be more Bitcoin in the world other than the set amount of Bitcoin. And the way that Bitcoin is released, at least as of now, I mean, like, technically they could change the formula on Bitcoin, but that would destroy its ability to be a synthetic commodity currency and would devalue the fuck out of Bitcoin. It'd be a terrible idea. But the way that Bitcoin is released is that you mine the cryptocurrency, and it becomes harder to release as each coin is released. So way back in the day, you could like mine crypto and you could get like 100 fucking Bitcoin in like a year of mining with just like a simple mining rig. Now you could have whole servers, and like it takes a lot to get a Bitcoin out. So what that means is that there's a set amounts, Dogecoin specific is the term, that there's a specific amount of currency that will exist. So that's one of the things that is the weakness of fiat currency is we have no idea how many dollars will exist in circulation because money just gets added to the fucking all the time. Fiat just money printer go burst. So the money supply isn't really calculated in any real meaningful way other than monetary policy by the Federal Reserve. But when you have something like Bitcoin, that's different. Now, what I am talking about, I thought everyone knew Bitcoin was a Ponzi scheme. Bitcoin is not a Ponzi scheme. Stop. That's not a Ponzi scheme. That's not at all what a Ponzi scheme is. You're being silly. But what will probably replace Bitcoin and be better than Bitcoin is a good currency as far as cryptocurrencies exist because it's a synthetic commodity currency. And there are other ones. Ethereum is one, for example. There's a whole bunch of them. But the ones that are going to really be successful is once algorithms get sophisticated, you're going to be able to have currencies that are able to stabilize by mimicking monetary policy of the Federal Reserve. And not necessarily the Federal Reserve, but just monetary policy in general. So it's not a pyramid scheme. Like you're just throwing out words that don't have like that. Come on, newly awakened. It's not a pyramid scheme. It's not a Ponzi scheme. You can say it's a scam or that it doesn't work in your opinion. You can have issues with it, and that's fair. But it's not a pyramid scheme nor a Ponzi scheme because that's just not what that is. But so what I'm really looking forward to, I should say, is something like Bitcoin, where there is a set amount of goods that are tracked via an algorithm, and in order to stabilize the currency, this algorithm will release at a quicker rate or slow the rate of releasing new currency that people are mining or doing whatever in order to gain the currency, based upon economic factors. And once artificial intelligence gets to the point where it's much, much better at this than the Fed, we will find currency that you can invest in, that you know exactly how much currency will go out in circulation at the end of its lifespan. But in the meantime, it has a sophisticated algorithm that releases the currency at different rates based upon different economic factors that will allow it to remain stable as the economy goes through depressions and goes through growth. And I think that when you have multiple currencies that are like that competing, because who wants to invest and or utilize this currency to spend, it's going to be great, because the more stable a currency is, the more likely you are to use it, right? So the major problem with Bitcoin is that if I purchase Bitcoin and I try to use it as a currency, well, number one, it's an investment, and so I'm hoarding the currency. You don't want people hoarding currency, and so it's not great if people hoard currency, and also there is an incentive in that hoarding to hold on to the currency because the value of the currency will increase, and vice versa. And this is true even with the dollar, technically. It's just that we don't ever have deflation, so it doesn't really exist. But what you want is you want people to use the currency, right? And so in order for people to use it, they have to be aware that if they get this money, they can put it in the bank, they can save it for a while, and then they can spend that money at a later date to, let's say, build a new deck for their porch, or invest money in their business. But if the currency dips and goes through highs and lows, the incentive then for an unstable currency is that you don't want to lose money, so it becomes a risk. Right? And technically the dollar is a risk as well. So what you do is you offload it, right? The instability of the currency means you offload it so you're not holding on to it, so that you can get something more stable like a loan from a bank with an interest rate. And so you lose money to lose risk, right? You get a loan from the bank that has an interest rate attached to it, but you have less worry about risk, especially when currency is constantly inflating, right? And you're betting that you're going to be able to have more growth in your business and more inflation. So the combination of inflation plus growth in your business is going to go better than the bank loan that you got. So I got a 4% interest rate, or let's say 6% interest rate on a loan. I'm betting that the 2 to 4% inflation will kick in. So really the loan the 6% interest loan is actually like 4 to 2% interest. And I'm betting that the money I get now, I can invest in my business and grow my business more than that 2 to 4%, thus making a good deal. You want less of that if you're able to save your own currency and invest your own currency, or if you have degrowth and deflation, things like that. So in order to have a currency that works, you need a stable currency that increases in value at the right time and decreases in value at the right time. Sometimes you actually do want currency to decrease in value so that people offload currency so that the market balances, because the offloading of currency increases economic activity, which eventually leads to the increase in the value of the currency, right? So when you have a stable currency that is Dogecoin specific, you're able to engage in a stable economy that works for everyone. And when economic downturn occurs, the currency itself and makes you not want to hoard the currency. It makes you want to spend the currency, which increases economic growth, which then devalues the currency, which makes you want to hoard currency and invest currency, right? So what you get is you get this constant equilibrium that keeps you from going into this boom and bust economy. This boom and bust economy is artificially created by fiat currency and by this constant increase in money supply and this constant state of inflation. But if we had a stable currency that inflated and deflated along with the economy, the two would work in tandem with each other so that you don't need this like Keynesian prime the pump, fake money out that just increases debt. The currency itself will have the incentive structure to increase economic activity because people want to offload the currency instead of investing in it. And that means buying things. That means purchasing things. That means, exchanging things for bank loans because the bank can take that long-term risk when the currency is in a specific place so they can get immediate money in some other form of currency. So competing currencies that are Dogecoin specific synthetic commodity currencies is going to lead towards a massively more productive economy and a massively more stable economy. There's going to be a lot less home foreclosures and closing of businesses, etc., which means the productivity of everybody's labor and everybody's businesses are going to go up. And that's really the future that we can't have on a fiat currency. We can't have that stable economy and we can't have that economy that doesn't have boom and busts without switching to some form of competition in cryptocurrencies. Even them why come only ones who are rich who got into Bitcoin were all the ones who got in first. That's not a pyramid scheme. That's just first buyer advantage. Like that's not a pyramid. Like that's true if you invest money in Netflix. Like if you invested money in Netflix when they were fighting Blockbuster, and everyone was saying Blockbuster Video was going to stay and that Netflix was stupid for sending DVDs through the mail, and then Blockbuster tried to catch up by doing the same thing, and then Netflix.com launches and they start getting the rights to all these movies so people can watch it from their home. If you invested in Netflix early on, you'd be super fucking rich. But that's not a pyramid scheme. That's just that you invested your money in the stock of a company that boomed and went from being this little nothing to one of the tech giants, and right? Like that's not a pyramid scheme. Even day traders trying to teach a candle make more sense than anything having to do with Bitcoin. Even SBF wasn't in Bitcoin. He made the billions on the fiat fees for trading the dang stuff. It's okay, Scott. We will still see you as intelligent, even though you're struggling to make any sense of what Bitcoin actually is. The things is no one does. I'm describing, I think Bitcoin is inferior first product of what I'm describing. So like, I don't think that Bitcoin is a great investment unless you know how to like day trade. And there are a lot of Bitcoin millionaires that I do agree that are making money off of like the same way that like Warren Buffett makes money by lying about what you should invest in so that things boom up and then selling before anybody else does. There are plenty of people that do the same thing in Bitcoin. There's plenty of skeezy fucks involved in Bitcoin. And I don't think Bitcoin is a good synthetic commodity currency. Because the algorithm is problematic as far as I'm concerned. The algorithm is just slowly adding currency in at a slower rate, which, as you kind of pointed out, gives the problem of just increasing those that bought in first. Netflix provides actual value. Bitcoin provides value. I mean, you may not like the value that it provides, right? I do think that there are better currencies for sure that will come in the future and that exist now, right? Like, I think Ethereum, for example, is a better currency because it has better uses, right? Or like Monero, used to be a great currency, not so much anymore, because of how you were able to, utilize because of the privacy. We'll leave it at the privacy, right? Like there have been, I'm interested to see what, decentralized currencies that are actually, on chains that are, not decentralized, not the word I'm looking for. There's a word above decentralized. It's like a web as opposed to like multiple lines. I can't think of the name right now. It's been a long night. But I'm more so excited for the currencies that will come in the future when the crypto market is more invested in and more competitive. But right, so it's not like I'm giving anybody advice telling them to buy Bitcoin or anything. I'm just saying it's not a pyramid scheme. Yeah, pump and dump is absolutely common in crypto, but it's just because it doesn't have nowhere near the market share of other, world currencies. Like, it is a drop in the fucking bucket compared to, other fiat currencies like the euro and the dollar. And the thing is that one of the things that stabilizes currency is how much currency is how many people are utilizing the currency, the adoption of the currency, and how many trades are being done in the currency. And Bitcoin is not a great currency to do day-to-day transactions in because it's not stable. And so it's really just kind of an investment. It's not. It's an investment banking on a concept that probably won't ever come to fruition. I know people love Bitcoin. I'm not a big fan of Bitcoin because I don't think it does what it needs to do. But I do think it's exciting that people are excited about crypto, and I do think it is a step in the right direction. And I do think it has led the excitement, and the people that get money means investment. And that investment means new opportunities in better currencies that will come in the future. But I think we have a few years in AI development before we'll actually be able to have real cryptocurrency that kind of follows the model that I'm discussing in such a way that the release of the currency will be better and more stable and more responsive to economic conditions than monetary policy at the Federal Reserve and monetary policy that politicians engage in. And as it stands right now, because of how much of the market is contained by fiat currency and because of most of the algorithms being really sophomoric, I guess, really new, we're not there yet. What a weird place to end this, but I appreciate everybody that hung out. I'm gonna go grab some food, get some water. I ran out of water a long time ago. Try and relax. I got to get my kids tomorrow, and it's fun. All in all, I think the debate was a fun debate to watch. I don't really think it'll move the needle one direction or the other that much, but Trump obviously crushed the debate. But I don't think that really matters that much because I think it was Biden's debate to lose, and I'm not sure that he really truly lost it. I think he did just well enough to convince the people that were already going to vote for him that he's fine, and that's unfortunate. And he hit all his talking points that he needed to hit, and maybe a few people will be moved the needle in towards Trump, and he might get a little bit of a bump, but I don't think it will be a significant, long-standing bump. I do think that Trump probably acted in such a way that he got some of those, Lincoln Project Republican types, those Mitt Romney never Trumper types, some of them that were a little bit on the border. They probably saw that he was strong on the economy. He hit him, that he seemed presidential, and he may have secured some of those votes that are a little bit more on the fringe and might not have showed up on the poll on election day. So I think overall Trump won maybe slightly better, but I don't know. At the end of the day, I don't think that this debate made a huge significant difference. But it was fun to watch, especially when they lied and floundered on dumb shit, and that confusion about golfing was hilarious. But I'll see you guys probably Monday for Prime Guys, and I'm gonna schedule some stuff with that guy that was in here earlier and etc. But I appreciate it.